start. Ali sir? Ali sir, hope we are going live now.
Yeah, live started, sir. Now I think so.
Okay. Do you play, Ravi?
Dayanand Sagar University's Harohaldi campus, the College of Physiotherapy is dedicated to providing students with a top-notch education in the field. The curriculum is designed to give students a comprehensive understanding of the human body and its functions, along with experiential training in the latest physiotherapy techniques. What sets our department apart is our ultra-modern facilities, including sophisticated classrooms and clinical training rooms. Our students have access to the latest technology and equipment, allowing them to hone their skills and knowledge to the highest degree. The faculty at the College of Physiotherapy is comprised of experienced professionals who are dedicated to their students' success. With our modern amenities and a supportive community, Dayanand Sagar University's College of Physiotherapy is the ideal place for aspiring physiotherapists to begin their journey. Nestled within the beautiful and peaceful setting of Dayanand Sagar University's Harohaldi campus is the prestigious College of Nursing, where you embark on a transformative journey as we flawlessly fuse academic expertise with practical skills through our advanced curriculum. Renowned for our focus on innovation and advancement, our experienced faculty members are at the forefront of the nursing field, constantly incorporating the latest advancements in technology and research into the curriculum. Our pioneering facilities, including simulation labs and clinical training rooms, provide an immersive, real-world healthcare environment. The Harohaldi campus is a modern and supportive community, complete with all necessary amenities, and provides the perfect, serene environment for students to focus on their studies and achieve their goals. Join our vibrant community and prepare for a successful career in nursing.
Good evening, students. I welcome you to 15th day of Daya online CET and NEET coaching. I'm really happy about the students. The students who are really very serious are joining, and consistently for full 4 hours they are attending every day. I really appreciate you, dear students. Hope you are understanding the classes very well. I get many questions in Q&A. Whenever you have doubt, I appreciate you that. Today we have biology class of Professor Priyanka. The topics are going to be human reproduction and reproductive health. Dear students, if you find any difficulties in between about understanding, you can put your questions in Q&A. and Professor Priyanka will answer you by checking Q&A. Madam, over to you. You can start the session.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Madam, students will put the questions in Q&A. Please keep checking, madam.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah. Good evening, students. So we'll be going to start with the chapters today. The first one will be human reproduction. So I hope it is visible.
Your screen visible and audio is also clear. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you. Yeah, so students, we are going to learn today about human reproduction. So we all know what is reproduction. Reproduction is nothing but producing a progeny, or to continue the generation, to continue the species generation. The organism undergo production of a progeny, that we call it as reproduction. So that kind of reproduction we see in humans, what we say it as human reproduction. So human reproduction, in that reproduction involves reproductive systems. In human reproduction, we see two major reproductive system. One is male reproductive system, the other one will be female reproductive system. So first we will discuss about the male reproductive system, and then we will see about the female reproductive system, and then we will see how the further process takes place, fertilization and further things. So coming to male reproductive system. So in male reproductive system, if you see, we have four major parts, that is testes, a paired testes, accessory ducts, accessory glands, and extragenital genitalia. Right. Coming to this paired testes, so it is said to be the primary sex organs. So it is meant for production of sperms and androgens. That is mainly the testosterone. So this testes is situated. So if you see in the picture here, so the testis is situated in a pouch-like structure. It is called as scrotum. Scrotum helps in maintaining the temperature, so which will be usually a little bit low, that is 2 to 2.5 degree Celsius lower than the normal body temperature. So what for this lower temperature in this is meant for spermatogenesis. That is, the production of sperms happens in the low temperature. Hence, for that reason, the temperature has to be maintained a little bit less, that is 2 to 2.5 degree here in this portion. So this testis is also covered by dense covering, and usually the length of this testis will be 4 to 5 centimeter, and the width will be 2 to 3 centimeters. So the length is 4 to 5 centimeter, and the width is 2 to 3 centimeter. So this is regarding the testes, or the primary sex organ. So I'll be telling you in detail with all these accessory ducts, what are their functions, accessory glands, what are their functions, and extragenitalia and its functions. All that I'll explain you in detail a little bit. So first we will see about the testes. So I would like to go in detail regarding the function and the production inside the testes. So here, so if you see, each testis, if you take, so each testis, if you take, so each testis will have 250 testicular lobules. So in each testis, there will be pair of testes in the human male. So in that, each testis will have 250 testicular lobules, and each lobules will have 1 to 3 seminiferous tubules. So each testis will have 250 testicular lobules, and each testicular lobule will have 1 to 3 seminiferous tubules. So this seminiferous tubules, they give rise to two types of cell. So one is male germ cell. One is male germ cell. The other one will be Sertoli cells. So one is male germ cell, the other one will be Sertoli cells. So male germ cell is nothing but the sperm, or it leads to the sperm formation. Sertoli cells are nothing but the cells which provides the nutrition for the male germ cell or the sperm. Sertoli cells provides nutrition for this male germ cell. So this is regarding the inside part of each testis and how the sperm production takes place over. Then coming to the other part, where so there are certain regions outside this seminiferous tubules. So the region which is outside this seminiferous tubules, the outside of this seminiferous tubules, what we call it as interstitial spaces. See, it is called as interstitial spaces. So it will be loaded with lot of blood vessels. It will be loaded with lot of blood vessels and certain cells called as Leydig cells. So it will be with Leydig cells, and this Leydig cells helps in the synthesis of a hormone called as androgen. That is the male sex hormone called as androgens. So this is what happens in the part of the human male reproductive system. That first part we are studying about, that is testes. So I hope you understood. I'll repeat it. So there will be a pair of testes, and the testes are said to be the primary sex organ. This testes will be covered with one. So this testes will be covered with, here if you see, there will be a pouch-like structure called as scrotum. In the scrotum, usually the temperature will be lower. Normally, from the body temperature, it will be lower around 2 to 2.5 degrees centigrade, so that spermatogenesis happens. And when we come inside this testes, so inside each testes, you will have 250 testicular lobules. Each testicular lobule will have 1 to 3 seminiferous tubules. And in that seminiferous tubules give rise to two types of cells. One is male germ cell, the other one will be Sertoli cells. So male germ cells will give rise to sperm. Sertoli cells will be helping in nourishing the formation of this cells, or nourishing the male germ cells for the production of sperms. So outside the seminiferous tubules, there will be some space called as interstitial spaces. So that will be filled with blood vessels and the Leydig cells. So these Leydig cells are responsible for the synthesis and production of a hormone called as androgens. So hope this is clear. So next we will see about the next part, that is accessory ducts. So if you see in the accessory ducts, there will be different parts or organs involved: retitestes, vasa efferentia, epididymis, vas deferens, and ejaculatory ducts. So this is nothing but these are all the accessory ducts, where each and everything has its own functions. Coming to this helps in, or these are all the pathway of the sperm to travel out. So where from the seminiferous tubules, I told seminiferous tubules will give rise to two types of cells, where one will form the sperm, the other will form the Sertoli cells, which nourishes it. Correct. Now, from the seminiferous tubule, the sperm reaches the retitesti. From retitesti, it goes to what? Vas efferentia. And from vasa efferentia, it reaches the epididymis. And from epididymis, it goes to vas deferens. And from the vas deferens, it goes to ejaculatory duct. And it will be given out to urethra. So here you can see the pathway. I hope you can see the pathway here. Okay, fine. So here, I hope it is clear. So from the seminiferous tubules, so the sperm takes the pathway of all these accessory ducts and it comes out through the urethra. That is what this pathway says. So from the seminiferous tubules, it reaches the retitesti. From the retitesti, it goes to vasa efferentia. From vasa efferentia to epididymis, and then to vas deferens, and then ejaculatory duct, and finally it comes out from the ejaculatory duct through urethra. It will be thrown out. So this is the pathway taken by the sperms. Right. So next, coming to the accessory glands. So we will talk about accessory glands. So accessory glands are meant for secretion of seminal plasma. What is that seminal plasma? We will see now. So this accessory glands will be having three parts: prostate, seminal vesicle, and bulbourethral glands. Bulbourethral glands are also called as Cowper's glands. So here, these accessory glands are meant for secretion of certain secretions which are rich in fructose and calcium. So these accessory glands helps in the secretion of some secretions which are rich in fructose and calcium, as well as some other enzymes. So apart from this, the bulbourethral gland, what is this? Bulbourethral gland is there. They secrete some lubricating material or secretion, which will be along with these fructose, calcium, and enzyme. So this combines. This is what together we call it as seminal plasma. Seminal plasma combines with sperm, and it finally leads to the formation of the semen. Okay. Semen is the final product which will be having all these fructose, calcium, enzymes, and the sperm, which comes out through the ejaculatory duct. Coming to the last part of the male reproductive system, that is external genitalia, is called as penis or copulatory organ. So this is made up of special tissue. This penis is made up of special tissue. We call it as erectile tissues. So this penis is made up of erectile tissues. They have enlarged end. We call it as glans penis. So penis of this part. So if you can see, there is an enlarged part here called as glans penis. And the glans penis is covered by a loose skin, folded skin. We call it as foreskin. So this will be the final pathway of the sperm to come out. So this is regarding the male reproductive system. I hope the things are clear with the male reproductive system. Next, we will go with female reproductive system. So coming to the female reproductive system, as we saw, male reproductive system has many parts. Even female reproductive system has parts. So we can see a pair of ovaries, accessory ducts, and extragenitalia. These are the three major parts involved in the female reproductive system. So coming to ovaries, so here ovaries, as we say, testes are the primary sex organs in male. Ovaries are said to be the primary sex organs in females. So this paired ovaries, or these ovaries, if you see in the picture, these are the ovaries. They are meant for production of ovum as well as ovarian hormones. So they are meant for the production of ovum as well as hormones. So they will be usually 2 to 4 centimeter in length. So this length will be 2 to 4 centimeter, and they are connected. So they are connected to the pelvic wall and the uterus by a ligament. So you can see here, there's a ligament. So that helps in the connection of pelvic wall and the uterus. So if you see each ovary, So each ovary inside part, if you see, this will be the thin epithelium, thin external epithelium will be there, around which you can see the peripheral cortex. Sorry, this will be the thin epithelium, and this is the peripheral cortex, and inside which you can see the inner medulla. Okay, so this peripheral cortex and inner medulla together we call it as stroma, and through which many ovum will be produced. Right. So coming to this production of ova. So what happens here is once the ova is produced, so I will tell you the pathway of traveling of the ovum here. So once the ovum is produced in this ovary, so what happens? It comes into the fallopian tube. So the tube, if you see on either side, it is called as fallopian tube. So fallopian tube will have three parts: infundibulum, ampulla, and isthmus. Infundibulum will be having, before infundibulum, you will have a fimbriae, so which collects the ovum from the ovary. Here, it collects the ovum from the ovary and travels through the infundibulum. Here you can see infundibulum, and then to ampulla, and then to isthmus. So in the isthmus, after the isthmus, it joins to the uterus. So in the uterus, if the pregnancy happens, continues, or it comes to the cervix and it will be thrown out from the vagina, or it will be dissolved in the vagina. So this is the pathway of ovum. Right. So next we will talk about uterus. Okay. So as I said, the ovum comes to the uterus. So let's see what is this uterus. So uterus, if you see, it is an inverted pear-shaped structure. So you can see here, it will be a pear-shaped structure, and it is also called as womb. And attached to the pelvic wall, this is attached to the pelvic wall by many ligaments over here, where again this uterus will be having three layers: external perimetrium. I hope. Okay. So coming to this uterus, the external will be perimetrium, right? And the middle will be myometrium, and the inner will be endometrium. So three layers will be there in this uterus. So outer will be peri, middle will be myo, and inner will be endometrium. So these three layers forms the layers of the uterus. So this layer, where each layer has its own function, where if you see this endometrium shows the changes during menstrual cycle. So there will be a lot of changes which undergoes in the endometrium layer of the uterus during menstrual cycle. And the myometrium is the layer which exhibits strong contraction during childbirth. This is meant for childbirth. Myometrium contraction is very much required for the childbirth, and endometrium changes is very much required in menstrual cycle. So this is regarding the uterus. And next we will talk about the external genitalia. So external genitalia, you can see there are different types, different parts in that involve mons pubis, labia majora, labia minora, hymen, and clitoris. So mons pubis is nothing but a cushion of fatty tissues which are covered by skin and pubic hair. Mons pubis, you have to be really careful here. Listen properly. That is, mons pubis is nothing but cushion of fatty tissues. Nothing but cushion of fatty tissues covered by skin and pubic hair. And labia majora will be fleshy folds of tissues. That's it. Here this will be forming a cushion and with pubic hair, and this is nothing but folded skin. Okay. Labia minora, again folded, pair of folded tissue under this labia majora. So it will be present under this labia majora, and it will be just folded skin tissues. So hymen, they cover a part of vagina, and the clitoris are a tiny finger-like structures which lies at the upper junction of this labia majora and labia minora. So clitoris are small finger-like structures, tiny finger-like structures which lies at the upper junction of the labia minora. Right. So this is regarding the female reproductive system. I hope it is clear. And ovaries, apart from calling as a primary sex organ, they also helps in the production of hormones. I said the female's hormones, that is estrogen and progesterone. So this is regarding female reproductive system. So always female reproductive system is associated with mammary glands, or they are always work together, paired with the mammary glands, and hence they are called as integrated structure, or they are integrated structurally and functionally, and helps in the production of ovules, helps in fertilization, pregnancy, birth, and childcare. So in all this process, female reproductive system should integrate with the mammary gland. So now we will see the structure of mammary gland here. So this is the mammary gland, and mammary gland is nothing but made up of glandular tissues. There will be glandular tissues meant for milk production. So variable amount of food will be required for the support of this. So let's see what all here involved. Glandular tissue divides to form mammary lobes. Okay, so that contains alveoli. So mammary lobes contains the so here you can see the alveolus, and they opens up into mammary tubules. So this alveolus, here in the picture you can see these are the alveolus, they opens into mammary tubules. These are the mammary tubules. So mammary tubules then join to form mammary ducts. So mammary ducts joins to form the ampulla, and the ampulla leads to lactiferous ducts. So here is the lactiferous ducts. The final part is the lactiferous ducts. So through lactiferous ducts, the milk production will be there, or the milk, whatever the milk produced inside, so it will come out through the lactiferous ducts. Right. So this is regarding the structure of mammary gland. So coming to the next part in the chapter, that is spermatogenesis. So how the sperm formation takes place. So let's see here. So as I said, spermatogonia will be there. What is spermatogonia? So we learned that male germ cells are nothing but spermatogonia. They will be diploid in nature. So this spermatogonia undergo mitosis. So first they will undergo mitosis, leads to the formation of primary spermatocyte. So as they undergo mitosis, they remain as diploid cells. So primary spermatocyte then further undergo meiotic division here. Meiosis takes place. So meiosis leads to the formation of secondary spermatocyte. As here the division is meiosis, the cells becomes haploid. Now the secondary spermatocyte undergoes second meiotic division to form spermatids. Spermatids undergo differentiation that leads to the formation of spermatozoa. Spermatozoa is nothing but the sperm, what we call. So here we can see two different concepts or two different terminologies we come across here. One is spermiogenesis, another one is spermiation. Okay. Spermiogenesis means formation of the spermatids to spermatozoa or the sperm. Once the spermatids will get differentiated to form spermatozoa is called as spermiogenesis. Spermiation is nothing but release of sperm from the seminiferous tubules. So once the sperm is released from the seminiferous tubules, it is called as spermiation. So here you can see the picture, sectional view of the seminiferous tubule. So this is the spermatogonia along with Sertoli cells. So where they undergo division to form the primary primary spermatocyte, that happens through mitosis. Mitosis. Further, it undergoes meiosis to form secondary spermatocyte. Secondary spermatocyte leads to spermatids. Spermatids again undergo secondary meiosis, and finally, spermatids will get differentiated into spermatozoa. So this is how the sperms will be formed. Right. So now let's see. Give me a minute. So next we will see about the oogenesis. So oogenesis is nothing but formation of ova. So how oogenesis happens? So usually oogenesis happens with the mother cell, what we call it as oogonia. Oogonia undergo mitosis. Oogonia is again a diploid cell. Oogonia undergo mitosis to form primary oocyte. Primary oocyte undergo meiosis 1 and then helps in the formation of secondary oocyte. Secondary oocyte undergo division to form ovum. Okay, so here certain things are there, certain different steps happens in between, where once oogonia undergo mitosis, it becomes primary oocyte, as I said. So once the primary oocyte formation happens, the stage is arrested. This stage will be arrested until 10 to 13 years. Once the female child reaches 10 to 13 years, until then, the stage has been arrested, or the further formation will not take place. So the stage will be there only in the primary oocyte. So then, once the child reaches the puberty, or it reaches the age of 10 to 13, so this primary oocyte undergo meiosis 1 and completes the ovulation, or this happens before the ovulation, and secondary oocyte happens. Once the secondary oocyte formation takes place, so again here it is arrested at metaphase 2. Here it is arrested at prophase 1. Okay, here it is arrested at metaphase 2. At this phase, the secondary oocyte will be arrested, and every month, this comes out in the form of secondary polar body and the ovum. Every month. So this undergoes maturation. It helps in the formation of ova and the secondary polar body. Right. So here, secondary oocyte becomes ova only when there is fertilization happening. Only when fertilization happens, the secondary oocyte becomes ovum and secondary polar body, or else it will be released through menstrual cycle as secondary oocyte itself. I hope it is clear. So this is regarding the oogenesis, or the formation of ovum. So let's talk about this menstrual cycle a bit. So let's talk about this oogonia, from the stages of oogonia itself. So here you can see this is the ovary, structure of ovary. You can see the primary follicle here, tertiary follicle, Graafian follicle, then ova, ovulation, corpus luteum, all this. So what happens here? These are all the oogonia present inside the ovary. So what happens? They undergo mitosis and they form a cell which is surrounded by the dividing cell. A cell which is surrounded by the dividing cell, we call it as granulosa cells. So this granulosa cell undergo mitosis to form primary oocyte, or primary follicle. So this primary follicle helps in, it releases estrogen hormone. Primary follicle releases estrogen hormone. Estrogen hormone, on the other hand, stimulates pituitary. Pituitary, on the other hand, helps in the production of luteinizing hormone and the follicle stimulating hormone. These two are very much important in the menstrual cycle. So these two again helps in the production of estrogen. Okay, this is what happens in the primary oocyte. So once primary oocyte, again it undergoes further division where the granulosa cell, the external part, undergoes further division forming secondary follicle and the tertiary follicle. So in the tertiary follicle, you can see the antrum showing, or there will be a division of cells. It can be seen clearly with an empty space here, right? So this complete mature tertiary follicle, we call it as Graafian follicle. So Graafian follicle will be surrounded by a bunch of cell. We call it as this is called as zona pellucida. So this further when this matures, further ovulation happens. Either the ovum comes out, and that is what the secondary oocyte comes out, fertilizes with the sperm. That part we call it as ovum, or it will be as it is. Secondary oocyte will be as it is released, and that leads to the formation of menstruation. So what is that? So once the ovum is released, before that, once the ovum is released, whatever the remaining part is there, that is called as the corpus luteum. Okay, once the secondary oocyte is released, so the remaining part is called as corpus luteum. And if the fertilization happens, this corpus luteum stays back and helps in the production of progesterone. Helps in the production of progesterone, that helps in the maintaining of the endometrium wall of the uterus. And if there is no fertilization happens, this corpus luteum undergoes degeneration. So this undergo degeneration, and as there is no endometrium wall formation happens, so that breaks open and the fluid comes out. Then the fluid comes out, that we call it as menstruation. So I hope it is clear. Oogenesis, structure of ovary, and menstruation. Is it clear? Yes, Mehak, I'll be taking the. We will be discussing about the question answer as well. So this will be refreshing part, and then I'll take about the question answers. So that then we will see about the structure of sperm. So if you see the structure of sperm, so there is a three part. The structure of sperm, if you see, it is made up of three parts. One is head, the middle piece, and the tail part. So head will be having, there will be a cap-like structure. Upon the head, we call it as acrosome. Acrosome will be filled with certain digestive enzymes. Then it is followed by the head part. Inside the head, there is a nucleus and plant surrounded by the plasma membrane. The nucleus will be having the genetic material inside. And in the middle piece, and then the head and the middle piece is connected by the neck region. And in the middle piece, it is filled with mitochondria, which provides energy for the traveling of this sperm. And tail part helps in the motility. So acrosome releases lytic enzymes, penetrate the layers of ovum. Mitochondria provides energy for tail movement. I hope this is clear. Coming to structure of ovum, so as we discussed, ovum will have three membrane, plasma membrane, zona pellucida, and corona radiata. So if you see, this is the ovum. So it will have zona pellucida, the outermost one, and you can see the next one is corona radiata, and then the outermost is plasma membrane, followed by zona pellucida and corona radiata. Right, and this is how the sperm enters. I hope stage. Okay. So this sperm, one minute. Okay. So yeah, just a thing they have shown here. So once the sperm approaches the ovum, so the acrosome releases the lytic enzyme, and that lytic enzyme dissolves this layer and the sperm enters in. So we will discuss that in detail later. So let's see the menstrual cycle, stages of the menstrual cycle. So coming to this, if you see, a menstrual cycle will be having the four different phases: menstrual phase, proliferative, or it is also called follicular phase, ovulatory phase, and luteal phase. Luteal phase is also called as secretory phase. So menstrual phase, so when we see this, this happens continuously. Once the luteal phase happens, again, it will be followed by menstrual phase. Hence, we call it as a menstrual cycle. So in that, 1 to 5 days, first day to fifth day, what we call it as a menstrual flow day or menstrual flow. It happens, the bleeding happens over in these days. So that is followed by the proliferative phase. The proliferative phase is also called as follicular phase. Why? Because I'll let you know here. The proliferative phase happens in 5 to 13th day, where follicular stimulating hormone stimulates the primary follicles. So that in turn helps in the formation of Graafian follicle. Graafian follicle, once the Graafian follicle happens, the proliferation of ruptured uterine endometrium also follows here, because Graafian follicle releases the ova here. Okay, so thus releasing or the formation of ova and the Graafian follicle maturation happens here. So that as it is stimulated by follicular stimulating hormone, we call it as follicular phase. Then come to 14th day of the cycle, we call it as ovulatory phase. Here, the luteinizing hormone surges, which helps in the rupture of Graafian follicle. And once the rupture of Graafian follicle takes place, ovule or ovum will be released. Secondary oocyte will be released here. So that once that is released in the 14th day, it is followed by the luteal phase, that is called that is around 15th to 28th day, where corpus luteum forms progesterone. It helps in the production of progesterone. Endometrium maximum vascular. So endometrium becomes thick and soft, and it will be filled with blood flow. So once the fertilization takes place, so this ova will come and get attached to the endometrium. If no fertilization happens, so this endometrium undergo degeneration, helps and degeneration followed by the blood flow, what we call again as menstrual flow or bleeding. So as this happens continuously every month, we call it as menstrual cycle. I hope this is clear. So next we will see about the what happens exactly, or what is the hormones produced during the cycle here. So during, as I said, first to 5 days is the menstruation stage, or it is the bleeding stage, where you can see the blood flow along with the waste, mucus, and the endometrium layer, everything comes out. So followed by the follicular phase, it is also called as proliferative phase, where the progesterone production will be a little wet, but estrogen production will be high. That leads to the ovulation. And once the ovulation happens, it is followed by the luteal phase, where in luteal phase, estrogen production will be low, and corpus luteum development will be there, hence progesterone will be high. So as the progesterone is high, and once the rupture of Graafian follicle takes place, if fertilization doesn't happen, progesterone falls, estrogen rises, and leads to menses. So again, this cycle happens. So the beginning of this menstruation, what we call it as menarche, which happens during puberty, and permanently stoppage of this menstrual cycle, which will be usually at the age of 15, we call it as menopause. So next we will see about the concept of fertilization and implantation. So once the sperm production happens, the ovum will be produced from the ovary. So sperm enters the vagina, and through the cervical canal, it reaches the uterus. And from the uterus, it travels to the isthmus, and in the ampullary region, what happens? So it reaches the ova. From the fimbriae, it reaches the infundibulum, and from the infundibulum, it reaches the ampullary region. In the ampullary, that is, ampullary region is said to be the meeting stage or meeting area, where both the sperm and ova meets to form, or they combine to form zygote. So here is what the acrosome. So if you see the acrosome release happens, it dissolves the layer and it enters in. Only the head part will remain, and the middle part and the tail part will be dissolved. And the nucleus here combines with the nucleus of the ova, and further it undergoes mitosis, primary mitosis, and then further meiosis happens. Right. So I'll let you know. So once the zygote takes place, once the zygote happens, it undergoes meiosis. It undergoes here mitosis. Sorry, it undergoes mitosis here to form two-celled structure. This two-celled structure called as embryo with two blastomers. These are called as blastomers with the embryo formation. And this undergo further mitosis to form four-celled, 8-cell, 16-cell like this. So once it reaches the 16-cell stage, we call it as morula. Morula further goes division, further undergoes mitosis to form two types of cells, that is trophoblast and blastocyst. Okay, trophoblast that leads to the formation of this blastocyst. Blastocyst, so that there the fate happens here. So that gets attached to the endometrium part of the uterus. Okay. So the blastocysts get attached to the endometrium part of the uterus, where this stage or this process, we call it as implantation. Attachment of blastocyst to the uterine wall is called as implantation. And once the attachment takes place, there will be formation of chronic villi and placenta further happens. And this placenta is nothing but structurally and functional unit which helps in the developing embryo on the maternal body. And apart from that, how they help by providing oxygen to the embryo. They remove the waste carbon dioxide from the growing embryo and acts as an endocrine tissue and helping in production of many hormones, and thereby helping the growing embryo to form the fetus. Okay, so as I told, once the blastocyst happens, so the entire mass will get divided into layers. Okay, so that one part we call as inner layer cell mass, outer the one more is trophoblast. So inner cell mass becomes embryo, and the trophoblast gives nourishment to the inner mass. Okay, so it is that is what it is attached to the endometrium. So as I said, after attachment, the blastocyst is embedded in the endometrium. It is called as implantation. So this is regarding the placenta, which I already told. Structure and functional unit between fetus and the maternal body, and formed by the interdigitation, that is a small finger-like structure formation takes place, that is called as chronic villi. So here you can see chronic villi, and uterine tissues formation will be there. And functions, they supply oxygen, nutrients and all. They help in removal of carbon dioxide. They act as endocrine gland and helps in the production of certain hormones like HCG, HPL, estrogen, progesterone, and relaxin. So these are all the things or functions of placenta. What happens in the pregnancy? Once the implantation happens, the embryo or the blastocyst start growing to form the fetus. So during this, certain development happens every month. So after 1 month of implantation, the heart development takes place. At the end of 2nd month, the limbs and the digits, that is limbs, toes, and the fingers formation takes place. At the end of 12 weeks, that is at the 1st trimester, major organs like limbs, external and genital organs, everything will be formed. And in the 5th month, you can see the hair on their head, and the first movement of the fetus is observed in the 5th month. And at the end of 24 weeks, that is at the end of 2nd trimester, fine body hairs, eyelids, they get separated, and eyelashes formation takes place. And end of the 9th month, the baby is ready for the delivery. So the entire period of the entire period of this development, where from the implantation until the baby is ready for the delivery, that period we call it as gestation period. So once the period is complete, the fetus will be given out from the female body, or it will come out of the female body. The process is called as a paturation. So signals from the fetus and the placenta happens, where there will be mild contraction takes place in the myometrium wall of the uterus. Fetal ejection reflex happens, and then oxytocin is produced from the pituitary gland. Oxytocin hormone is produced from the pituitary gland. Oxytocin helps in the contraction of uterine muscles and also helps in the contraction of mammary glands. So further secretion of this oxytocin leads to the baby coming out of the uterus. That process we call it as paturation or giving birth. Apart from that, oxytocin also helps in lactation process, that is production of milk from the mammary gland. And first milk which comes out of the mammary gland is called as colostrum. Colostrum will be usually yellowish milk, which will be rich in antibodies for the development of immunity for the newborn baby. And this completes the chapter. And next we will go with question answers. I hope the chapter is clear and there is no doubt as such. So let's start with question answers. Yes, so the first question here is, the testes are situated outside the abdominal cavity within a pouch called urethra, scrotum, penis, and none of this. So what could be the answer? Yes. So as it is a direct question, there is no explanation as such. Yes, it is scrotum. Right. And yes, most of you have given the right answer. Yes, it is B. Fine, it is B, scrotum. In humans, we are going with the second question. In humans, sperms are produced in epididymis, retitesti, seminiferous tubules, vas deferens. What will be the answer? Yes, everyone is right. So the answer is seminiferous tubules. C will be the right answer. Right. Coming to the third question, Sertoli cells which line the seminiferous tubules from inside. Sertoli cells which line the seminiferous tubules from inside, they undergo meiotic division to produce sperms. They provide nutrition to the germ cells, synthesize and secrete testicular hormone, all of this. So third one, we are talking about the third question here. So answer will be yes, third one is B. Yes. So yes, I'm getting the answers as B, that is it provides nutrition to the germ cells. Yes, Sertoli cells which line the seminiferous tubules from inside. Sertoli cells are meant for production of nutrition for the male germ cells, what we call it as sperms. Right. So next we will go with the fourth question. Testicular hormones called androgens are secreted by. I can see the answers coming very fast. I know the topic is very interesting. Yes. testicular hormones called androgens are secreted by, yes, yeah, few have got confused with interstitial and the Leydig. No, it is only the interstitial cell. Sorry, it is only the Leydig cells which helps in the production of this androgen. That is the hormone called androgen, not the testicular hormone. Next, coming to this fifth question, that is the vas deferens opens into urethra as. The vas deferens opens into urethra as what? Students, if you don't mind, can you put the question number along so that it will be clear which answer you are telling about. So the vas deferens opens into urethra as, yes, few have answered it correctly. It is opened as the ejaculatory duct, right? So the next question, the ejaculatory duct transports the sperm to the outside through urethra, vasa efferentia, retitesti, none of this. So what could be the answer here? Yes, urethra, right, A. Yes, yes, most of you have answered it correctly. The ejaculatory duct transports the sperm to the outside through urethra. Right. So next, you have to see the picture and let me know what is this A, B, C, D in the picture. So what is A here? What is B? What is C? And what is D? So the options are given here. A will be like was. Okay, so the options here is, this is small, if you have to take it, this labeling as small a, this labeling as B, C, and D. This is not capital ABCD. Capital ABCD will be your option, and small ABCD will be the parts. I hope now it is clear with. And yeah, Harsha, Mulya, yes, they have given the answer as A. Yes. Seventh answer will be A. Shall we discuss with? Yes. So the A is the correct answer. So the tubes which is coming out, we call it as vas deferens. So that B part is nothing but the seminal vesicle. This is the prostate gland. So seminal vesicle will be in pair. Vas deferens will be in pair. Prostate gland will be single. And again, bulbourethral gland will be in pair. So the answer will be A. Next, assertion and reasoning type of question. So where the scrotum helps in maintaining the low temperature of the testes. The reason, the low temperature of testes is necessary for spermatogenesis. So what is the right answer here? Is that both are right, or both are right and it is not the correct explanation? And assertion is true, reason is false, and both assertion and reason is false. What will be the right option here? So I'm waiting for your answers, then I'll discuss. Yes, so as we discussed, the scrotum helps in maintaining the temperature of the testes, that is around 2 to 2.5 degrees Celsius less than the body temperature. Why this temperature is needed? In order to promote spermatogenesis. Hence, both the statements are true and the reason is the correct explanation for the assertion. Next, one more assertion reasoning question. The enlarged part of penis is called as a glans penis. Reason, the glans penis is covered by a loose fold of skin called foreskin. Sushmita, I hope I explained the answer of 8th already. We are now talking about the 9th one. Students, we are in 9th one. So the enlarged part of the penis is called the glans penis. And the reason the glans penis is covered by a loose fold of skin called foreskin. Is that what could be the option here? Everyone has written A. Yes, I can see most of you have given the answer as A. So here the enlarged part of the penis is called glans penis, right? The statement is true. The glans penis is covered by a loose fold skin called as foreskin. The statement, both the statements are true, but why it is called glans penis is not explained by this reason. Okay, so the answer here is B. That is, both assertion and reason are true, but the reason is not the correct explanation. It is covered by foreskin, okay, but why? Why it is called glans penis? They have not explained. So it is not the correct explanation for the assertion. So B will be the right option. Whoever has given B, right. All right. Next, we will go with 10th one. The primary female sex organ is vagina or is or they have asked, is it vagina, uterus, ovaries, extragenitalia? What will be the primary female sex organ? Yes. Yes, it is a very clear question. Which one is called as primary sex organ? Primary sex organ is which produces the ova. Whichever the organ which produces the ova, we call it as primary sex organ. In female, it is ovary. Vagina is the external part of the female reproductive system. And ovaries is the one which produces the ova, hence it is called as primary sex organ. So those who have given C is the right answer. And the others, they have confused with vagina. I hope now it is clear. Vagina is the external part of the female's reproductive system, right? So next we will go with the 11th question. The uterus is also called. The uterus is also called. It's a very simple question. Everyone knows this. Amulya, read the question properly, dear, before giving the answer. Uterus is also called what? Womb, cervix, cervical canal, or none of this? What could be the answer? Yes, so most of you have given the answer as womb. Yes, uterus is also called as womb. And coming to the 12th question, the inner glandular layer that lines the uterine cavity is inner glandular layer that lines the uterine cavity. Perimetrium, myometrium, endometrium, and ectometrium. What could be the answer? 12th one. Yes, C. Yes, so I would like to explain here the inner glandular layer. The inner glandular layer that lines the uterine cavity is endometrium. The middle one is called myometrium and the outermost layer is called as perimetrium. Ectometrium is nowhere comes here. So the right answer, the innermost layer is the endometrium, and whoever has given the answer C is right. I hope I'm going in a right pace. Should I go fast? Is that fine? Yes, thank you. Fine. Next, we will go with the 13th question. The uterine layer that undergoes cyclic changes during menstrual cycle is. The uterine layer that undergoes cyclic changes during menstrual cycle is myometrium, endometrium, perimetrium, both A and B. What goes changes during menstrual cycle? So that is yes, few have given the answers. The answer as B. And Bhuvan has given the answer as C. Yes, so now I would like to explain here the uterine layer that undergoes cyclic changes is the endometrium one. Okay, and perimetrium is nowhere involved in any of the changes over here. It is just the outermost layer. Endometrium shows the changes during menstrual cycle, and myometrium helps in contraction during childbirth. So here the question is regarding menstrual cycle. Which layer undergoes changes during menstrual cycle? That is endometrium. I hope the answer is clear. Then we will go to the 14th question. Which uterine layer exhibits strong contraction during the delivery of a baby? During the delivery of a baby, which layer shows the strong contraction? Just now I explained regarding the different layers. I hope the answer is very clear. Yes, it is C. The 14th answer is C. Myometrium, just now I explained, it is involved in the contraction during the childbirth. The opening of the vagina is often covered partially by a membrane called what? Hymen, uterus, labia minora, none of this. So what is that layer which partially covers the opening of the vagina? Yes, a few have given the answers right. I hope few are getting confused. So here, vagina will be having, or it will be covered with covered with a membrane, partially covered with a membrane called as hymen. We had discussed it, and inside which there will be a finger, or in that we have a finger-like structures, or tiny finger-like structures called as clitoris, which is present just in the upper layer of the labia minora. So all this we had discussed. So hymen is the layer which covers the vagina partially. So next we will talk about the 16th question, that is alveoli of mammary glands opens into. Mammary alveolus we saw in the picture. So it opens into what? So mammary, the alveoli of the mammary gland opens into. So again, few are confused here. Yes. So yes, the answer will be mammary tubules. So the alveolus of the mammary glands opens into mammary tubules. Mammary tubules opens into mammary ducts. Mammary ducts combines to form lactiferous ducts. Lactiferous ducts leads to the lactation, or it leads to it comes out through the nipple, right? That is what is the pathway. So the answer will be mammary tubules. Next, coming to the assertion part here, ovaries are the primary sex organs. Ovaries produce female gamete. So here you have to let me know whether the statements are right, and if both the statements are right, whether they explain each other or if the statements are wrong. So what does the assertion says? Assertion says ovaries are the primary sex organ. Reason, ovaries produce female sex or hormone. Sorry, female gamete. Sorry. So what is the right answer here? Yes. Yes, I'm getting the right answers as A. Very good. Yes, so ovaries are called primary sex organs. Why? Because they produce female gametes. Yes. So both the statements are right, and the reason is a correct explanation for the assertion. So next we will go with the 18th question. Next we will go with the 18th question. Ovaries produce gametes as well as steroid hormones. Ovaries produces gametes as well as steroid hormones. Reason, the oviducts, ovaries and cervix constitute the female accessory ducts. So the assertion says ovaries produce gametes as well as steroid hormones. And reason, the oviducts, ovaries and cervix constitute the female accessory ducts. So what could be the answer here? 18th question. B. Sneha has given answer as B. Lavanya has given B. This is our A. A, C. See, assertion and reasoning questions are such type of questions where you have to read the statement twice, thrice, no problem, but read it properly, because it should not be right. Both the statements should not be right. It can go wrong, or sometimes the statements are true and they don't explain each other. Okay, sometimes they explain very well. So you have to be really careful while reading this. So here if you see, ovaries produce gametes as well as steroid hormones, correct? And the oviduct, ovaries, cervix constitute the female accessory ducts, yes. But why the ovary produce these two is not the reason given here. This is not the reason for this. So as both the statements are true and the reason is not the correct explanation for assertion, option B will be the right answer. Okay, so coming to 19th, the process of producing gametes by primary sex organs is known as, the process of production of gametes from the primary sex organ is known as, 19th one is A. Yes, the process of production of gametes by primary sex organ is known as yes. The process of producing gametes by this primary sex organ is known as gametogenesis. If it is production of sperm, spermatogenesis. If it is production of ova, it is oogenesis. Right? So together it is called as gametogenesis. Spermatogenesis is the process in which immature male germ cells undergo division to produce sperm. Choose the correct one with reference to above. You have to see the statement and let us know which is the right statement regarding spermatogenesis. Spermatogonia have 46 chromosomes and always undergo meiotic cell division. Primary spermatocytes divide by mitotic cell division. Secondary spermatocytes have 23 chromosomes and undergo second meiotic division. Spermatozoa are transformed into spermatids. So what is the right answer? 20th C. Sushmita and Lavanya, they are telling C. Others? Yes, it is C. Yes, so we will see here. Spermatogenesis is the process in which immature male germ cells undergo division to produce sperms, right? So where spermatogonia have 46 chromosomes and undergoes meiotic cell division. No, sorry, it undergoes meiotic cell division. They have given first it undergoes mitotic cell division, right? Primary spermatocytes divide by mitotic cell division. No, it undergoes meiotic cell division. Secondary spermatocytes have 23 chromosomes and undergo second meiotic division. Yes, that will be the right answer regarding spermatogenesis. Spermatozoa are transferred into spermatids. No, spermatogonia will be transferred into spermatids. So during spermiation, the sperms are released from seminiferous tubules, vas deferens, epididymis, and prostate gland. What could be the answer? 21st one. Yes, I can see the right answers coming out. Spermiation. During spermiation, the sperms are released out through the, the sperms are, yes, sperms are released from the seminiferous tubules. From the seminiferous tubules, if the sperms are released, it is called as spermiation. Right. So the 22nd question, the difference between spermiogenesis and spermiation is. What is the difference between spermiogenesis and spermiation? In spermiogenesis, spermatids are formed, while in spermiation, spermatozoas are formed. So in spermiogenesis, spermatozoa are formed, and in spermiation, spermatids are formed. In spermiogenesis, spermatozoa from Sertoli cells are released into the cavity of seminiferous tubules, while in spermiation, spermatozoa are formed. And in spermiogenesis, spermatozoa are formed, while in spermiation, spermatozoa are released from the Sertoli cells into the cavity of seminiferous tubules. What would be the right answer here? So we were discussing about 22nd question. Yes. Yes, so that's the right answer. Yes, everyone is right. D is the right answer. That is, in spermiogenesis, spermatozoa are formed, and in spermiation, spermatozoa will be released into the cavity of seminiferous tubules. We will talk about 23rd. Spermatogenesis starts due to the significant increase in the secretion of which hormone? FSH, LH, and that is gonadotropic hormone, oxytocin, which is the follicular stimulating hormone, gonadotropic hormone, and luteinizing hormone, and oxytocin. Which hormone is responsible, or it is significant, is significantly secreted in spermatogenesis process? Yes, so yes, SSR is right. Gonadotropic releasing hormone or gamete releasing hormone, GnRH, are the hormones which is significantly seen during the start of spermatogenesis. FSH and LH are released during the primary follicular formation, and oxytocin is released during the childbirth. And the 24th question, The anterior portion of the sperm head is covered by a cap-like structure called middle piece, acrosome, antrum. None of this. 24th answer. Yes, yes, yes. Everyone is correct. It is acrosome. Okay, so 25th question, refer to the given figure shown diagrammatic sectional view of a seminiferous tubule. So in the figure, some parts are labeled as ABCD. Right? Identify the part which gets activated by FSH. Which part here in ABCD part, which part will get activated by FSH, that is follicular stimulating hormone. No, A, B, C, B, C. Everyone is confused between B and C. See, follicular stimulating hormone stimulates or helps in the maturation of follicle, helps in the helps the follicle to further undergo meiotic divisions. So here, so A will be the right answer because A is the primary follicle which undergoes meiotic cell division, where here B is the Sertoli cells and C is the primary follicle. Okay, so this is the spermatogonia. That's the spermatogenesis starts from where the beginning of the spermatogenesis starts. So the male germ cell, what we call, is that part where FSH will be activated by the FSH. So answer will be A. And 26th question, we will go 26th question. The semen of human male contains seminal plasma, sperms, enzymes, both A and B. I hope this will be answered by everyone. It's a very easy one. Yes, Bhavana, Aditya, Harsha, you're right. It is both A and B. Why? Because the semen of human male will have seminal plasma and the sperm. The seminal plasma will be rich in fructose and certain enzymes and calcium that will be mixed with sperm, and that together we call it as semen. So the answer will be both A and B. 27th question, which among the following has 23 chromosomes? Which among the following has 23 chromosomes? Spermatogonia, zygote, secondary oocyte, oogonia. Which one? Yes, yes. Right? Yes, answers are right. That is secondary oocyte. Until secondary oocyte, it undergoes mitotic cell division. So the chromosome number remains 46. And once the secondary oocyte is formed, that will be due to meiotic cell division. Hence, the number of chromosomes reduces to 23. Right? And the 28th question. We will talk about 28th question. That is, spermatogenesis starts at the stage of puberty. Reason, there is a significant increase in the secretion of gonadotropin releasing hormone at puberty. So what could be the answer? Read the question properly. Both the assertion and reasoning you have to read and let me know which one will be the right answer. Spermatogenesis starts at the age of puberty. Yes. Yeah, right. And this is the significant increase in the secretion of gonadotropic releasing hormone at puberty. Yes. So spermatogenesis starts at the age of puberty because gonadotropic releasing hormone will be produced in the puberty age. Until then, it will be ceased. The stage will be ceased until the child reaches the puberty age, and then the spermatogenesis starts. Hence, both the statements here are true, and the reason is the correct explanation for the assertion. So the next 29th question, you have to see the picture over here. It shows diagrammatic section view of an ovary. Yes. So the encircled part of the figure is showing a process of oogenesis. Yes. Right. So there is a process happening here. Oogenesis is happening here. As identify it, and as well as the follicle which is involved in this process. Which is the follicle involved in this process, and identify the stage of this. Identify the stage which is happening there. Ninth is C. Yes, somebody has given the answer as C. Yes. Yes, so yes, it is right. So the process which is happening here is release of ova, which is called as ovulation, and the release of ova has happened from the stage called as Graafian follicle, or the follicle which is involved here is Graafian follicle. So right answer. Then 30th one, assertion is oogenesis is initiated at puberty. Then millions of oogonia are formed within each ovary every month. Oogenesis is initiated at puberty, and millions of oogonia are formed within each ovary every month. What could be the answer for 30th one? Yes, I can see the answers. Amulya, which question? The telling question. What is that question? Okay, anyway, you have given the answer as B. Anyway, oogenesis is initiated at puberty. Yes, that's the right answer. Then millions of sperms. Oogenesis is initiated at puberty. Is that true? Oogenesis is initiated as soon as the ovaries are developed. Like in the birth only it will happen. Oogenesis happens from the beginning. But from the puberty, the formation of ova takes place, or the production of hormones takes place. So that is not the right answer. And millions of oogonia are formed within each ovary. No, one ova will be formed within each ovary every month. So here, both the statements are wrong. Both the statements are wrong here. Yes, Harsha is right. Yeah, oogenesis happens in the embryonic development itself. So hence that is a wrong statement, and only one oogonia is formed, hence millions doesn't happen. Amulya, you want 28th question. Explanation. Right. So for this, Amulya, listen here. Assertion says spermatogenesis starts at the age of puberty. That is, sperm formation starts at the age of puberty. Yes. Until then, there will be formation of the male germ cells, or the further it will be, like as I said, it will be ceased. The sperm formation doesn't takes place until you reach the puberty. Once you reach the puberty, spermatogenesis happens. Yes. Then there is a significant increase in the secretion of gonadotropic releasing hormone at puberty. Yes, once the release of sperm happens, even the gonadotropic releasing hormones will be increasing in their number. That is, gonadotropic releasing hormone helps in the release of this the hormones, as the other hormones, as well as the sperms from the mother cell, that is male germ cell. So hence both the statements are true, and it is a correct explanation for the assertion what is given. I hope it is clear. Okay. Yes, so 31st question, the reproductive cycle in the female primates is called reproductive cycle in the females. Usually female primates is nothing but female. We call it as, yes, everyone is right here. That is menstrual cycle. So menstrual flow results due to breakdown of what? Menstrual cycle. 32nd. We are talking about 32nd question. The menstrual cycle results due to breakdown of what? Yes. Yes. So menstrual flow results due to breakdown of endometrial lining. Yes, that is the innermost lining, as we said, along with the blood vessels. Right. So whoever has given the answer both A and B, that's the right one. Along with the endometrial lining, the blood vessel associated with them also breaks down, leading to the flow of blood. That is called bleeding or menses, what we say. Menstruation only occurs if implantation has occurred, the released ovum is fertilized, the released ovum is not fertilized, both A and B. What could be the answer for 33rd? Yes, so the answer, yes, given by most of you is right. So menstruation only occurs if the released ova is not fertilized. Okay, if it is fertilized, then implantation occurs, right? So if it is not fertilized, it starts menstruation. The lack of menstrual cycle may be due to, so why the menstrual cycle doesn't happen? Yes, right. If there is a chance of pregnancy, if the child or if the person is undergoing stress or due to poor health, there will be lack of menstruation. Hence, the reason is all of this. The menstrual phase is followed by what phase? 55th answer, the menstrual phase is followed by what? The menstrual phase is followed by what? 35th question we are talking about, students. The menstrual phase is followed by Right. So yes, the right answer, that is menstrual phase is followed by the follicular phase. That is followed by the luteal, and finally it is secretory phase. And 36th question, the changes in the ovary and uterus during proliferative phase are induced by changes in the levels of which hormone? So which hormone induces the changes in the ovary and the uterus? Yes, so I had discussed during the changes which takes place in the ovary and the uterus, there will be certain ovarian hormone like estrogen and progesterone will be released. In the proliferative phase, if you see, I had shown the graph. Progesterone and estrogen will be released, and meantime pituitary will release luteinizing hormone and the follicular stimulating hormone required for the changes. So hence both the pituitary hormones and the ovarian hormones are required for the changes that is brought in the ovary and the uterus. So 37th question, in the ovary of a healthy human female, Graphian follicle is generally present around. So what will be the answer? In ovary of a healthy female, mature Graphian follicle is generally present around 5 to 8 days of menstrual cycle, 11 to 17 day of menstrual cycle. So the C option is here. 18 to 23 day of menstrual cycle, 24 to 25 day of menstrual cycle. So what could be the answer? 37th is B. Somebody has given the answer. Sneha is telling it as B. Yes, Sneha is right. It's around 11th to 17th day of menstrual cycle. The Graphian follicle, mature Graphian follicle can be seen. So the next question, 38th question, is both the luteinizing hormone and follicular stimulating hormone attain a peak level on about a day of cycle. Choose the correct option for that day. Which day both LH and FSH goes into peak? Thirty-eight. Right. Yes, 14th day, option B. Right, option B is the right answer. At 14th day, as the ovulation will be happening, both LH and FSH will be at the peak level. Right answer. We will go with 39th. The release of ovum occurs during which phase of menstrual cycle? The release of ovum occurs during which phase of menstrual cycle? Follicular phase, proliferative phase, ovulatory phase, secretory phase. Which phase the release of ova takes place? Yes, right answer. In the ovulatory phase, ovulation happens. That is nothing but release of ovum. Right. No new follicles develop in the luteal phase of the menstrual cycle. Because no new follicles develop in the luteal phase of the menstrual cycle. Because what is the reason? Both FSH and LH levels are low in the luteal phase. Follicles do not remain in the ovary after ovulation. FSH levels are high in luteal phase and LH levels are high in the luteal phase. So what will be the reason why no new follicles develop in that time? So we are talking about 40th question. I hope you are clear. Yes, yes. Yes, so Lavanya has given the answer, right answer. I hope that is for 40th only. So in the luteal phase, FSH, that is follicle stimulating hormone, and luteal hormone levels will be very low. So hence, as both of them are low, no new follicle formation happens. Now, hence, that is the reason why no new follicle formation takes place. So you have to match the column 1 with column 2 and let me know the correct option. So where proliferative phase, secretory phase, and menstruation in the first column, breakdown of endometrium lining, follicular phase, and luteal phase is the second column. You have to match and let me know what will be the right answer for this 41st question. It's 41 is C, 41 is C. So everyone is telling it as C. So that is proliferative phase as followed by follicular phase, secretory phase followed by luteal phase, menstruation, breakdown of endometrial lining. So option C will be the right option. Correct. So again, now match the following regarding the column 1 and 2, where there is some phases, and during that phase, which hormones are secreted. So this you have to find out. Follicular phase, ovulatory phase, and luteal phase is given. And column 2 says progesterone, gonadotropins, LH surge, estrogens. Options you have to find out and let me know which will be the right option. So we are talking about 42, question number 42. So question number 42, in that I hope little bit confused. You guys are a little bit confused. Let me say follicular phase. In the follicular phase, you can see gonadotropes formation and the estrogen formation happens. Estrogen release, gonadotropin releases happens in the follicular phase. In the ovulatory phase, you can see LH surge, that is increase in the luteinizing hormone, and in the luteal phase, progesterone increase will be there. Progesterone will be there. So the option will be B. So the right option is B for this match. 42nd is B, not A dear, it is B. So the next, choose the incorrect statement from the following. So you have to find out which is incorrect statement in this. High levels of estrogen triggers the ovulatory surge. High levels of estrogen triggers the ovulatory surge. Is it right or wrong? Oogonial cells start to proliferate and give rise to functional ova in regular cycles from puberty onwards. Sperms released from seminiferous tubules are poorly motile or non-motile. Progesterone level is high during the post-ovulatory phase of the menstrual cycle. So you have to let me know which statement is or which statements are incorrect, which is a wrong statement. You have to let me know which are the statements wrong in 43rd question. 43rd, Bhavyashri is telling B. Someone is telling A. So high levels of estrogen triggers the ovulatory surge. No, that is the wrong answer. Let's discuss this. That is not the right answer. High levels of LH, luteinizing hormone, triggers the ovulatory phase. So first statement itself is a wrong statement. Oogonial cells start to proliferate and give rise to functional ova. Right, that is the right answer. Sperms released from the seminiferous tubules are poorly motile or non-motile? No, it should be properly motile. Then progesterone level is high during post-ovulatory phase of menstrual cycle. Yes. So your answer is A. So 43rd, A is the right answer. That is first and the third statement is wrong statement. Right. So next 44th question. During secretory phase, the levels of LH and FSH gradually increase. Reason: the increased levels of FSH and LH induce Graafian follicles to secrete progesterone. 44th question. What would you say? Whether the statements are right or whether they explain each other or it is not the correct explanation. So during secretory phase, yes, the levels of LH and FSH gradually increase. No, it gradually decrease. So the statement is wrong. The increased levels of FSH and LH induce Graafian follicle to secrete progesterone. No, the statement is again wrong. So here, 44th question, both the statements are false. Both the statements are wrong. Next, we will go with 45th. Now we will do this and end up assertion: during pregnancy, all the events of menstrual cycle stops. Reason: in the absence of fertilization, the corpus luteum degenerates. So what could be the answer for 45th? 45th, 45, A. Okay, so let me say this. The assertion: during pregnancy, all the events of menstrual cycle stops. Yes, all the events of menstrual cycle stops because the hormones required for menstruation will not be produced and the progesterone level will be very high. And the reason: in the absence of fertilization, the corpus luteum degenerates. So yes, both the statements are right, but the reason is not the correct explanation for your assertion. So the right option will be D. I hope there are remaining certain questions. I'll share it along with the PDF. You can solve on your own. And if you have any doubt, you can ask me in the next session. So I hope we will stop here for the break.
Yeah, madam, sure. Another 2 minutes is there, no problem. You can.
Yeah, 2 minutes is there. If you want, I can continue with some 2 questions.
Yes, sir. Yes, madam.
Yes. So fine. 2 more questions we will solve. The sperms released during copulation finally reach to which part of the fallopian tube? So this is a very easy question. We will solve it fast. Harsha is asking for mobile number. Harsha, you can contact the coordinator and they will let me know your queries and I can help you out. The sperms released during copulation finally reach to which part of the fallopian tube? So it is the ampullary region. The ampulla region is where the meeting of sperm and ova takes place, right? So that is the ampulla region. Capacitation refers to changes in ovum before fertilization, ovum after fertilization, sperm after fertilization, sperm before fertilization. So 47th question, what would be the answer? Capacitation refers to changes in what? Students, we are talking about 47th question. Capacitation refers to changes in ovum before fertilization, ovum after fertilization, sperm.
Ma'am, time is 5:50, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Shall we go for break?
Fine. The remaining, let them do, and if they have any queries, they can come back. Is that fine, sir?
Yep, madam.
Yes.
Break
Yeah.
will be till 6:05, 15 minutes break.
Yes.
Student Priyanka madam will join back at 6:05. You can get refreshed. 15 minutes break will be there. Yeah, Mr. Ravi, you can take over.
Nestled within the beautiful and peaceful setting of Dayanand Sagar University's Harohaldi campus is the prestigious College of Nursing, where you embark on a transformative journey as we flawlessly fuse academic expertise with practical skills through our advanced curriculum. Renowned for our focus on innovation and advancement, our experienced faculty members are at the forefront of the nursing field, constantly incorporating the latest advancements in technology and research into the curriculum. Our pioneering facilities, including simulation labs and clinical training rooms, provide an immersive, real-world healthcare environment. The Harohaldi campus is a modern and supportive community, complete with all necessary amenities, and provides the perfect, serene environment for students to focus on their studies and achieve their goals. Join our vibrant community and prepare for a successful career in nursing. At Dayanand Sagar University's Harohaldi campus, the College of Physiotherapy is dedicated to providing students with a top-notch education in the field. The curriculum is designed to give students a comprehensive understanding of the human body and its functions, along with experiential training in the latest physiotherapy techniques. What sets our department apart is our ultra-modern facilities, including sophisticated classrooms and clinical training rooms. Our students have access to the latest technology and equipment, allowing them to hone their skills and knowledge to the highest degree. The faculty at the College of Physiotherapy is comprised of experienced professionals who are dedicated to their students' success. With our modern amenities and a supportive community, Dayanand Sagar University's College of Physiotherapy is the ideal place for aspiring physiotherapists to begin their journey.
Students, another 9 minutes are there. You can get refreshed and get back to the session. Please join on time. Also tell your friends to join on time. Hope you might have seen our physiotherapy campus. It's a beautiful in Srivisaimer. Anyone wish to go for physiotherapy, you can plan for it. Dear students, we have a series of webinars to understand different career opportunities. You need to know the different careers available in this competitive world. On 26th, we have computer science, which has taken a new turn. Yes, computer science has taken a new turn. Experts are talking. You can join. You can register first. I'll share the registration link in chat box. Also, we have webinar on 27th, the new trends in electronics and communication. As such, new trends in electronic communication in the sense how VLSI and AI is getting incorporated in E&C. Those information would be shared. I will share the link to register for our series of webinars. Spending 1 hour time for, gaining a knowledge is worth. You normally, what happen is, pass your time in some places. Instead of that, better you join for the session and attend the session. You will be gaining a knowledge that is going to be a benefit for you. Never forget. Just register, very simple. You can just register and attend the session. Just link I'm sharing. Also, students who are interested, some students, what will happen is after the completion of PUC science, I could not have done science. I need to look for, some students will be there. I need to look for some other career. Such students, we have the session on journalism and mass communication. You can even listen to journalism and mass communication session, which is going to be on 29th. Continuously, there are 3 sessions, dear students. One is about computer science engineering. Other one is about the new trends in electronics, computer science, communication engineering. And third one is journalism and mass communication. Anyone interested can register and join. I have put the registration link in chat box. Also, some students wish to go for law. There are definite some changes will happen. Some students wish to go for change, shifting from science to other. Such student even can think over attending journalism and mass communication. Any information you want, you can just log into our website, Dayanand Sagar University website. You can log in, get any information, or otherwise I have shared my number. You can chat with me or talk with me. I am available for any kind of help you needed to understand what are different career options available, what career suits to my interest, what career suits to my percentage, what career suits to my talent. You can ask me. I will try to help you out. Dear students, as we said, as you are preparing for CET, NEET, JEE, so many competitive exams, you also keep an option of writing DSAT, Dayanand Sagar admission test. DSAT is online home-based admission test, which is going to be on 29th and 30th. of April. Very simple. You need to just click the link which I am going to share in a chat box, DSAT link. You can fill in the application. Once you fill in the application, before the exam, you will be receiving a mail to choose the slot. Which date you want it will ask the mail. That time you need to choose your date and timing. On that date, you will receive a link. You can attend the test from the comfort of your home. You need not to come to the center. No doubt we'll also be having center-based test, but now 29th and 30th, the test is going to be online home-based. If any query on that also, you can call me. Why we tell students to write DSAT is you need to keep an alternative. Suddenly, last moment, if nothing has happened, I wish everything should happen as per your wish. But if suddenly, if you don't get your desired institute through CET, you will be having an alternate. I wish you should join Daya Sagar University with your CET ranking. If it is not happening, you will be having the Daya Sagar admission test score. DSU, Daya Sagar admission test score test is very simple. You need to write test 2 hours, online home-based proctored test. You should have a laptop with webcam. That is 2 hours test, physics, chemistry, maths for engineering. Physics, chemistry, maths, 30 marks each, 30, 30, 30, 90 marks. 10 marks are going to be aptitude. There is no negative marking. The syllabus is as same as CET syllabus. Prepare well, and you can write the Anand Sagar admission test. Simply log in. I have shared the link. You can apply through that link and attend the test. Very simple. Also share to your friends. Do you have any questions, students? If you have any questions to ask, you can ask me. I don't mind answering. If I know, I'll answer, or otherwise from experts, I'll know and get back to you. You can post any questions if you have. Since you are in break, you may not be posting the questions. After the break also, once you finish the class, you can WhatsApp me your queries. Students, just 2 minutes are remaining. Join back. Just 2 minutes are remaining. Join back. Very good. Immediately after I say join back, students started joining back. I am happy for that. I am really appreciate your enthusiasm. Dear students, I really like the students who are enthusiastic in learning. I see lot many students very interact. Harsha, Aditya, Amulya. I see every day.
Welcome to DSU.
Sushmita, Bhuvan, Bhagyashri, Kavya, MK. Anonymous, who is anonymous? You can put your name. I cannot call you anonymous, no?
DSU.
Amulya, Saubhagya, very good. Bhagyashri, Bhuvan, very good. I see lot many questions from these students like Sneha, Neha.
Welcome to DSU.
Mrunali, memory trouble. Don't worry. Do some exercise, aerobic exercise in the morning. You will regain the memory. It is very important, huh?
Welcome to D.
Your brain hormones will get released if you do exercise. SSR, what is your name? Good, Deepa. You also answers regularly. I am happy with all the students who regularly interact in the chat box. Good to see student chatting. Student join back. Session will start. Muhammad Ashif, very good. You answers regularly. What is shared in our library team?
Welcome to DSU.
I think, Madam, I'll hand over the session to you. 6-5.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You
I'm
can
ready.
take over. Dear students, ask your friend to join back fast. Over to you, madam. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Yeah, I hope the screen is visible and my voice is clear.
Yes, madam. Screen is very much visible and voice audio is also clear.
Yes, right. Thank you, sir. So, students, we will start with the next chapter, that is reproductive health. So, just now we finished about human reproduction, how the sperm and the ova production happens, how the gametogenesis happens, gametogenesis, then later fertilization, and later how the implantation, and then lactation, all these things we have seen. Now we will see about the reproductive health, which is very much required. For the developing countries like India, reproductive health is very much required. So where, according to who's that who? That is World Health Organization. They have defined this reproductive health as something. Okay, so they have defined reproductive health as physical, emotional, social, and behavioral health. If a person is physically, emotionally, socially, and behaviorally healthy, he is said to be a reproductive healthy person. So that was the definition given by WHO, that is World Health Organization. So there are certain programs related to this reproductive health. So in India, where we call it as family planning, and there are other programs like reproductive and child health care, that is RCH program. So this is basically to give awareness about the reproduction related aspects and the population explosion, and how to control how the pregnancy will be, or after pregnancy how the baby should be taken care, and the sex related social evils, etc. All these are given, and the awareness will be given in this program, that is RCH program. And in this all these programs, they
Madam,
mainly
sorry to interrupt. In
Yes, sir.
between, there is some background sound. Is that anything echoing, madam? Any device is there near to you?
Nothing as such, sir.
Okay.
My mobile is there, but it is on silent mode.
Okay.
I hope
No problem.
nothing is working.
Okay, no problem, madam. I think
Yes.
it's not that disturbing, but no,
Okay.
your voice is audible. No problem.
Yes, fine. Thank you, sir. Thank you. So, so I was telling about what is the aim of this reproductive programs. What is this programs? Whatever the in India, Indian government has been taken care, or it has been creating awareness regarding this reproductive health. What is the aim of it? To give right information about the sex related aspects, and that is how the reproduction happens, and in what way we have to take care of that, how to avoid the sex related myths, that is where the female child has to be removed, or it has to be killed, and only the male child has to be taken care, or certain misconception regarding all this has to be cleared. So that is the main aim of this program. Apart from that, we have other programs. Okay, before that, so apart from that, we have other programs like MMR program. What is this MMR? MMR is nothing but maternal mortality rate. So during the childbirth, so if you have been seen before, there was lot of death of this mother. Soon after the delivery, they will, for some or the other reason, they will undergo death or they will die. So that has to be checked. Why, what for, and also there, the maternal mortality has to be checked, and that rate has to be checked over there. That program is again one more program. And then IMR, soon after the birth, certain babies will die. That is infant mortality rate has to be checked in order to manage the reproductive health in India. So these are all certain family planning program which was introduced in the year 1951. Okay. So this is what regarding the programs regarding family planning. So next we will see about yes. So we will see about the different methods to avoid conception. Conception is conceiving, like as soon as the implantation of the blastocyst takes place, implantation of embryo takes place, we say it as conception. So to avoid conception, what all the methods we have, that is what we are going to discuss in reproductive health. So there are different methods. That first one will be the traditional method, or it is also called as natural method. The second one is barrier method. The third one is IUDs, that is intrauterine devices. Then oral contraceptives or pills. Then injectables, and finally surgical methods or sterilization. So most of these methods are temporary. Only the surgical method is the one which is the permanent method or contraceptive method, right? So we will see in detail each and every method and what happens in that method. Coming to natural or traditional method, so we have three types of three types in this natural method, or three types of contraceptive method. That is a periodic abstinence, periodic abstinence, that is coitus interruptus, and then lactational amenorrhea. So these are the three methods of contraception in natural method. So periodic abstinence is avoiding coitus during the day of 10 to 17 of the menstrual cycle. So that is said to be the fertile period, and exactly ovulation happens during this period. So avoiding coitus during this period is said to be the periodic abstinence. Means during this period, if no sperm enters, then no fertilization takes place. Hence, there will be the method, the reproduction can be stopped, or the fertilization can be stopped. The second method is coitus interruptus, that is the withdrawal method, we say. So here the penis will be withdrawn from the vagina just before the ejaculation. So that will be the second traditional method. The third traditional method is lactational amenorrhea. Lactational amenorrhea means during the period of lactation. So that is when soon after the delivery, when the maternal body is completely involved in the lactation process, there will be absence of menstrual cycle, or there will be absence of ovulation. So because all the hormones are involved in the production of milk. So this is the right time, or this is the right time for this is the time where we can prevent, or they can prevent conception. Now this is a method which helps to prevent conception, and it is effective up to 6 months. The lactation amenorrhea is effective only up to 6 months, as there will be no ovulation and there will be no menstruation happens during this time. The next one will be the next contraceptive method is the barrier method. So in the barrier method, we have different things involved. So one will be the condoms, another one will be diaphragms. Okay. It is all diaphragm, cervical caps, or vaults.
So coming to this condoms, the best example will be the Nirod. So the condoms will be used both by females and males. The condoms are nothing but the thin rubber. It is nothing but a thin rubber latex sheet, and it is disposable one. And the other one, diaphragm or the cervical caps and walls. This is basically used by the females. It is inserted into the female reproductive tract to cover the cervix. And this is reusable one. So this is regarding the barrier method. And apart from this, there's one more thing called spermicidals. So there's one more thing called spermicidals. These are a kind of spray or gel which kills the sperms soon after their entry or before their entry only, they will be killed. So this is called as spermicidals. And the third option here is intrauterine devices, that is IUDs. So these are of three types: non-medicated one, copper releasing one, and the hormone releasing one. The non-medicated IUDs, here they retard sperm motility, that is spermicidal effect will be there. So what happens here is either the phagocytosis happens or the sperm motility will be retarded. So one example is Lippy's loop. Then copper released IUDs, here the copper ions will be released, which suppresses the motility and the fertilizing capacity of the sperm. The cation and the copper ions, they'll go and suppress the motility or the fertilizing capacity of the sperm. So examples will be CUT, CU7, that is copper T, copper 7, multi-load 375. Just a minute. Yes. Yeah. So coming to IUDs, the third type, that is hormone releasing IUD. So here the hormone, particular type of hormones will be released during this time, which prevents implantation or which prevents the entry of the sperm. What it makes here is, whatever the hormones are released by this IUDs, they make the uterus unsuitable for implantation. So they will make the uterus unsuitable, or they create an unsuitable environment for the embryo to get attached. Hence, through this they can avoid conception. So examples will be progesterone and LNG20. Okay, so these two are the examples of hormone releasing IUDs. So the fourth type of contraceptive method is oral contraceptive. So oral contraceptive, the first one is progesterone or progesterone estrogen combination will be there. So here what happens is, either the tablets, so oral contraceptive means it is taken orally. So it will be obviously in the form of tablets, or we say it as pills. So either the tablets will be made up of progesterone hormones, or it will be progesterone estrogen combination hormones. So where it will be taken every day basis to complete the cycle. Then there is one thing called Saheli, which has been developed by Central Drug Research Institute, Lucknow. So it contains basically a non-steroidal preparation. It has to be taken once in a week, and there will be no side effects. And it is the high contraceptive, and it has a high contraceptive value. It is very easily available, as well as it has a high contraceptive value is there for this. The progesterone or the combination pills, they have little bit of side effects because they are the steroid preparations. They are the steroidal preparations, hence they have side effects. Hence CDRI has created Saheli in order to avoid the side effects. The fifth method is injectables. So here again, this whatever we had discussed here, oral contraceptive, they will be taken orally. The similar way, If they are given in terms of injections, we call it as injectables. So here either progesterone will be injected or progesterone estrogen combination will be given as an injection. So either, and that is given under the skin, and that injections will be given under the skin directly for the females, where it avoids the conception. Okay. So this whatever this combination, progesterone or progesterone estrogen combination is there, and IUDs, these are all the emergency contraceptives. We say these are all the emergency contraceptives. So the next will be surgical method. So this will be the permanent contraceptive method. So there we have two types, vasectomy and tubectomy. Vasectomy means sterilization in males, that is vas deferens. See here, the vas deferens will be cut and it will be tied back. So once it is cut and tied back, the sperms, whatever is produced, will not enter the vas deferens and it will not be ejaculated out. Hence, this is the contraceptive method in male, and it is the permanent contraceptive method. We call it as sterilization methods. Tubectomy, this is the sterilization method in female, where the fallopian tube will be cut and it will be tied back. So what happens here is, whatever the ovary is there, it will be released, but there will be no entry of the sperm, or there will be no fertilization takes place inside the fallopian tube, as the entry of sperm is stopped. So this happens in the female, so it is called as tubectomy, and this is again a permanent contraceptive method in females. So these are the different types of contraceptive methods. The one thing we are going to discuss in this chapter is MTP, that is medical termination of pregnancy. So even after taking the proper contraception, sometimes the fertilization takes place and the female gets conceived, or due to many reasons, due to unavoidable reasons, say for example rapes and all happens during that time, so there will be no contraception methods taken care, so there will be accidental conception happening. So this during this time it will be harmful, it will be a harmful pregnancy, or it will be a non-required pregnancy, so that has to be terminated, so for that we call it as medical termination pregnancy, or it is called as induced abortion. So this induced abortion is very much safe during the first trimester of the pregnancy, and this is only legal for these kind of problems, where if it is a casual intercourse, or if it is a rape or something, or if the pregnancy is harmful, then going for the MTP is right. But this will, the MTP, people started misusing it, as they've started performing female feticide. Female feticide is killing the female child. So that was taken as illegal form. So MTP, it has to be done legally, but illegally, to kill the female child, they started taking this MTP, and they started misusing the amniocentesis. So I would like to talk about amniocentesis here. Amniocentesis means analysis of amniotic fluid, the fluid which is present around the fetal cells, around the fetus, whatever the fluid is there, that we call it as amniotic fluid. So that fluid is used to check genetic disorder, whether the fetus will survive or not, if it has having some diseases or disorders, all that can be checked. Okay, and that if there is any problem, if the child is really under some major problem, and you're coming out after the delivery, if the baby won't survive, all this, if it is really in critical condition, the parents can go for MTP, that is medical termination of pregnancy. But again, that is misused. Amniocentesis is misused because it shows the sex of the fetus, that is the gender of the fetus can be easily determined here. So knowing the gender, the people, they went for female feticide, that is killing of the female child. So the amniocentesis and medical termination of pregnancy is legally done, and because of this illegal thing, it has been avoided. So next, coming to the another part. Okay, before this, there's one more thing which we didn't discuss. Apart from this, yes, the sexually transmitted disease. So why we have to follow this reproductive health, or why we have to follow the contraceptive methods, why we have to take care of our health? Why? Because to avoid the sexually transmitted diseases. So why to avoid sexually transmitted disease? Basically, the sexually transmitted disease is also called as reproductive tract infection or venereal diseases. It is also called as venereal diseases. So certain examples of this STDs are gonorrhea, syphilis, genital herpes, chlamydiasis, genital warts, trichomoniasis, hepatitis B, and HIV, which leads to AIDS. All these are the examples of sexually transmitted diseases. So for all this disease, there is an early symptom called, there's an early symptoms like itching, certain fluid discharge, slight pain, swellings, etc. in the genital region. So during this period only, if you don't consult a doctor, it leads to pelvic inflammatory disease. Certain time it leads to infertility, ectopic pregnancies, abortions, stillbirth, genital cancer, etc. So what could be done to avoid this sexually transmitted disease? So we can prevent the sexually transmitted disease by avoiding sex with unknown or multiple partners, use of condoms, or consult doctor earlier. Whatever, if you're getting any early symptoms, consult to the doctor to avoid this sexually transmitted disease or the reproductive tract disease or venereal disease. So this is regarding the sexually transmitted diseases. So this is regarding the contraception, and in few people, in few couples, there is a problem nowadays, that is infertility problem that has been created, that has been started now, that is infertility problem. That how can we prevent this infertility problem? So infertility problem is prevented by a technology called ART, that is assisted reproductive technology. Assisted reproductive technologies helps the couple to get conceived, or it corrects the infertility problem. So what it includes? It includes concept like IVF, GIFT, ICSI, AI, and surrogacy. So we will discuss each and everything. IVF is called in vitro fertilization. It is called as test tube baby program. So here fertilization of ova with sperm happens in the laboratory, and then once the fertilization takes place, after the fertilization until the embryo formation, it happens in the laboratory. Once the embryo is formed, it will be transferred into the female body, or it will be made to get implanted in the female body. It is called as embryo transfer. Embryo transfer is of two types, that is ZIFT and IUT. ZIFT is zygote intrafallopian transfer. So here, either the zygote formation or early embryo formation, during this period only, it will be introduced into the fallopian tube. Okay. So that is early embryo is up to 8 blastomere stage. So once it forms, it will be introduced in the fallopian tube, and further division and implantation takes place in the female body. That is ZIFT. IUT, that is intrauterine transfer. Here, the embryo with more than 8 blastomeres embryo formation, which is more than 8 blastomeres, will be directly introduced into the uterus. Zift in the fallopian tube, IUT will be directly in the uterus. So this has to be kept in mind. Then coming to the next one, gift. Gift is gamete intrafallopian transfer. So that is gamete intrafallopian transfer here. The transfer of ovum into the fallopian tube of another female who cannot produce ovum but can provide fertilization and development. So here what happens? There will be one person who donates ova. The female cannot produce the ova. So a donor ova will be taken and introduced into the female body, and further fertilization and development will be taking place naturally. So this is called as gift, gamete intrafallopian transfer. Okay, so the next is intracytoplasmic sperm injection, that is ICSI, I told you. So here what we do is a single sperm is injected directly into the egg itself. After fertilization, the embryo is implanted into the woman's uterus. Give me a minute. I think the kids are playing here, that is getting disturbed. Give me a minute. Yeah, sorry for the disturbance. Yes, intracytoplasmic sperm injection. So here what happens? So whichever the fertile sperm is there, it will be directly injected into the ova or the egg. And once the fertilization takes place, the embryo will be implanted into the woman's uterus. So this is what in ICSI the things will be there. And coming to AI, it is artificial insemination. The semen is artificially introduced into the vagina or the uterus of the female. So useful for the male partner having the inability to inseminate female or low sperm count. So whoever the male partner having some problem, maybe his sperm count is low, or the sperms are not properly motile, or they are poor motile. So those kind of male partners, they cannot help in conception. So what they will do, they will take the semen and they will introduce into the vagina of the, or to the uterus of the female, and there further fertilization, implantation will all happen. So the one more is intrauterine insemination. This is also a kind of artificial insemination which is in the uterus. Okay, the introduction will be in the uterus here. So the last part is surrogacy. Here, here the woman can't bear a child, or a couple who is unable to produce a child, so they go for surrogacy. Surrogacy is the another woman will carry the baby of the couple. The baby of the couple will be taken care by another woman. They are called as surrogate mothers. So they bear the child of the couple, and further that will be delivered by the surrogate mother and taken care by the couple, present couple. So why this happens? Because the wife is infertile. That is, she cannot produce any ova, or she cannot carry the baby. The implantation, all that doesn't happen. Such women cannot carry the baby or cannot go further implantation and fertilization and all the process. So they go for surrogacy. That is, surrogate mothers will help in carrying the baby. So problems, again, there should be some cons in this. Everything should not be a pro. There will be some cons in that. That is, the assisted reproductive technique needs professionals, and the instruments are really expensive. And whatever the emotional, religious, and social problems are there, that cannot be solved through art. So these are all the cons which are there still facing by the art. So this completes the chapter revision. We will go with question answers. Which country commenced the action plans at national level to achieve total reproductive health as a social goal? So this is a very well-known question. Yes. So somebody has given the answer. India, yes, yes. So as I told you, reproductive health is very much required for the developing countries, and India is the first country to commence this action plan regarding the reproductive health. So answer will be C. So consider the following statement. In India, family planning program was initiated in 1982. Then B, reproductive and child health care program is an improved version of family planning programs. So you have to select the correct option here. Which is the correct option? You have to tell me now. Yes, A is false, B is true, second is D, somebody is telling C. Yes, right. So here in India, family planning program was initiated in the year 1952. Correct, not 1982. And the reproductive and child health care program is an improved version of family planning program, right? So the answer will be A is false and B is the true statement. So coming to the third question, in what way awareness can be created among people about reproduction related aspects? So in what way awareness can be created among people about reproduction related aspects? That is through audiovisual and print media advertisements, creating fear among adolescents about sexual practices, introduction of sex education at school. You have to select the most appropriate option here. Yeah, somebody has corrected me, right? Yes, thank you. Whoever has told, it is 1951. The family planning program was initiated in 1951. Thank you for that. Yeah, so I'm expecting the answer for the third one. What could be the answer for the third one? So the awareness can be created among the people about reproductive health through audiovisual and print media advertisement. Yes. Creating fear among adolescents about sexual practices. No, you cannot create the fear. You have to create awareness for them, not the fear. And introduction of sex education at school. Yes, that is the right. So answer would be the D part, that is A and C are the correct statement which gives the awareness about reproductive health among people. Fourth question, RCH programs helps to curb. So you have to know what is RCH first of all. Then you will need to know what is that helps in. So what is the answer for the fourth one? What is RCH program? I hope you remember what is RCH program here. Reproductive and Child Health Care. RCH is Reproductive and Child Health Care. So what does it say? Population explosion, female feticide, sex abuse, all of this. Yes, most of you have given the answer, all of this. Yes, so reproductive and child healthcare program, it helps to curb population explosion, female feticide, sex abuse, all this. Fifth question, statutory ban on amniocentesis helps to check on prevent what? Female feticide and massive child immunization, sexually transmitted disease, genetic disorders in fetus, all of this. So basically the ban on amniocentesis helps in what? No, why we are banning the amniocentesis? Why we are taking up the amniocentesis is not the question. Why we have to ban amniocentesis is the question. Yes, the answers are right. That is to avoid or to check female feticide, that is killing of female child, and massive child immunization is what is the main thing why we are banning the amniocentesis, right? The sixth question, amniocentesis can be used to detect all the diseases except hemophilia, malaria, sickle cell anemia, Down syndrome. What diseases can be checked with the help of amniocentesis, and what cannot be checked in this? Yes, so if you take hemophilia, sickle cell anemia, Down syndrome, all these are the chromosomal disorders. All these are the chromosomal disorders. So it can be easily checked with the help of amniocentesis. And malaria is the one which is an infection caused by protozoa that cannot be detected in the amniocentesis. So answer B is the right answer. So seventh question, in the context of amniocentesis, which of the following statement is incorrect? You have to tell which statement is incorrect. It is used for prenatal sex determination. It can be used for detection of Down syndrome. It can be used for detection of cleft palate. And it is usually done when a woman is 14 to 16 weeks pregnant. What could be the answer here? Seventh question, we are talking about seventh question. Which is the incorrect statement? Yes. This is the right answer given. Right. So here, if you see, amniocentesis is a prenatal sex determination, is used for prenatal sex determination. That is, before the birth only the gender of the baby can be determined. Yes, that is a correct statement. It can be used for detection of Down syndrome. Yes, the chromosomal disorder can be detected using amniocentesis. It can be used for the detection of cleft palate. No, it cannot be used in the detection of cleft palate. Cleft palate is the breaking up of the upper part of the mouth region. So that is no more related to amniocentesis here. And it is usually done when a woman is 14 to 16 weeks pregnant. Yes. So the right option is C. Whoever has given the right option, good. So we will go with the 8th question. Amniocentesis helps to detect fetal disorder during early pregnancy. So all these questions are regarding amniocentesis. Amniocentesis helps to detect fetal disorder during early pregnancy. Reason: jaundice can be prevented in fetus by amniocentesis. So what could be the answer here? Is it assertion true, reason true, or both are wrong? Or if it is true, is it a correct explanation? Right. So here option C is the right answer here, sir, because amniocentesis helps to detect fetal disorder during early pregnancy. That's the right statement. Jaundice can be prevented in fetus by amniocentesis. No, jaundice is nowhere related to any chromosomal disorder. Right. So that is nowhere that cannot be detected by amniocentesis. That is a false statement. So assertion is true, reason is false. Coming to 9th question, consider the following statement. The world population increased significantly in between the years of 1900 to 2000 as compared to the year of 2000 to 2011. The increased health services had an explosive impact on world's population growth. So you have to select the correct option here, whether the statement is true or false, or which statement is true, which statement is false. So yes, here both the statements are true. Correct. So both the statements are true because world population significantly increased in the year 1900 to 2000 as compared to 2000 and 2011. So during this increased health services has to be increased. So that had an explosive impact on the world population growth. Yes, both the statements are the true statement. 9th question. A population with declined infant mortality rate would show zero growth, increased growth, decreased growth, fluctuating growth. Population was declined with infant mortality rate would show whenever the infant mortality rate is decreased, so the population obviously increases. So a population with declined infant mortality rate would show increased growth of the population. So that will be the right answer. Answer B will be the right answer. During which period of typical menstrual cycle of 28 days, coitus should be avoided to prevent conception naturally? So is it 0 to 5 days during menstrual flow, 5 to 8 days after menstruation flow, 11 to 16 days after menstrual flow, or 23 to 26 days after menstrual flow? What could be the answer? Yes, so yes, most of you have answered correct. It is C, that is 11 to 16 days. So during this stage, the ovulation happens. During this time period, the ovulation happens. If the coitus is avoided during this time, so it becomes a contraception method, the natural contraception method. So in lactational amenorrhea, chance of conception are nil during 40 days following paturation, the time till mother breastfeeds her child, 6 months following paturation, the gestational period of the female. What could be the correct answer regarding lactational amenorrhea? In lactational amenorrhea, chances of conception are nil during which time? The time till mother feeds her child. That's the right answer. C. Lavanya has given answer C. That is the right answer. 6 months following paturation. So soon after delivery, until 6 months, lactational amenorrhea method will be possible. That will be the right time. The chances of conception will be nil during that time. And beyond that, there will be no guarantee that contraception method will be followed. Select the incorrect statement here. Natural method of contraception are riskier but reliable. The act of breastfeeding interrupt ovulation during menstrual cycle. The chance of conception are high during ovulation period. Natural method of contraception do not interfere with the sexual drive of an individual. So which is the incorrect statement in this? So what could be the answer here? Which is the incorrect statement here? B, D. See, natural method of contraception, they are riskier, but they are not reliable. They are riskier and they are not reliable. And the act of breastfeeding interrupt ovulation during menstrual cycle. Yes, that is the correct statement. The chance of conception are higher during ovulation period. Exactly right. The natural method of conception do not interfere with the sexual drive. Yes. So the incorrect.
Any problem, madam? Voice?
Prevents physical meeting of sperm and ova are used at the time of coitus. Select the most appropriate option. So you have to select the most appropriate option here. 18th question. I hope you are reading the questions. Children, I'm not getting any response. Are you going through the questions? The screen is clear and my voice is audible, right? No problem.
Yes,
with
madam.
internet,
Screen
I
is
hope.
clear and audible.
Yes. Yes. Coming to the right answer, Sneha has told C is the right answer. Yes, C is the right answer. That is B and C are the correct statement. And barrier method? It can be used both by female and male. That is the wrong statement. So prevents physical meeting of sperm and ova, yes, and are used at the time of coitus, yes. So those two are the right option, the right statement regarding this. Sorry, yes. So coming to 19th question, use of condoms can help to prevent. Use of condoms can help to prevent AIDS and other sexually transmitted diseases, spermatogenesis, coitus, all of this. So use of condom can prevent what? We are discussing about the 19th question. D, all of this. A, Karthik is telling A, obviously A, yes, yes, yes. All of you are right, it is A. It prevents AIDS and other sexually transmitted diseases because it is an external barrier. There is nowhere related to sperm production, spermatogenesis, and using of condom is nowhere related, and the coitus and all is nowhere related here. So AIDS and other STDs can be prevented with the use of condoms. What is significance of copper ions in contraception? They delay ovulation in females. They suppress sperm motility and fertilizing capacity of sperms. They increase the level of prolactin so as to suppress the activity of LH and FSH. They decrease the libido and sexual desire of female. So what could be the answer for 20th? Tavanya is telling it as B. Karthik B again. Yes, B. Yes, so as we discussed, the copper ions, they suppress or they interfere in the motility of the sperm, and they stop or they interfere in the fertilizing or the fertilizing capacity of the sperm. Both are affected or both are suppressed with the release of copper ions. So that is the significance of this. So select the hormone releasing intrauterine device here. We had discussed hormone releasing IUDs. Which are those? Example, 21st question. Select the hormone releasing IUDs. We had discussed it. So the right option for IUDs is, yes, you have given us B, that's the right answer. Then Register cert and LNG20, these two are the hormone releasing IUDs. Right. So which of the following is a correct statement? 22nd question. Which of the following is a correct statement? IUDs suppress gametogenesis. IUDs once inserted need not to be replaced. IUDs are generally inserted by user herself. IUDs increase phagocytosis of sperms in the uterus. So what could be the correct statement here? 22nd is D. D, yes. Okay, fine. So your answer is D. Whoever has given the answer, that is D, that is so that D is the right answer. IUDs increases phagocytosis of sperm in the uterus, means they will kill the sperms which is entering in the uterus. That is the main function of IUDs. So the next one, 23rd one, is the hormone used for the purpose of contraception in pills and IUDs are. Which are the hormones which are used in contraception pills and IUDs? 23rd question. Which are the hormones used in IUDs and contraception pills? Yes, 23rd AAA. Yes, everyone is aware of this. That is progesterone and estrogen are the two hormones which are involved in the contraception pills or IUDs. Let's go with the 24th question. You have to consider the following statement and which will be the correct option, whether it is true or false. You have to check. Okay. Oral contraceptives inhibit ovulation and implantation to induce contraception. Menstrual flow does not occur in females after taking oral contraceptives. What could be the right answer here? So what does it say? Oral contraception inhibits ovulation and implantation, and on the other hand, menstrual flow does not occur in females after taking oral contraception. Is that true or false? Statements are true or false. You have to let me know. Sushmita is telling A. Sneha is telling A. Yes, you are right. Oral contraception inhibits ovulation and implantation, but on the other hand, it doesn't interfere in menstrual cycle. It doesn't interfere in the menstrual cycle. In fact, it helps in the proper menstrual cycle. So 25th question, the contraceptive Saheli blocks estrogen receptors in the uterus, preventing eggs from getting implanted, increases the concentration of estrogen and prevents ovulation in females. It is an IUD. It is a postcoital contraceptive. What is the right statement regarding the contraceptive Saheli? So 25th question regarding the contraceptive Saheli, it blocks the estrogen receptors in the uterus and preventing the egg from getting implanted, preventing the ova from embryo from getting implanted is what Saheli does. It blocks the estrogen receptors in the uterus. So answer will be A. Coming to 26th question, which of the following contraceptive methods do involve in the role of hormone? Barrier method, lactational amenorrhea, pills. Copper T, pills, emergency contraceptives. Pills, emergency contraceptives, barrier method, lactational amenorrhea, pills, emergency contraceptive. Which of the following contraceptive do involve the role of hormone? Means which one is dependent on the hormone? So answer for the 26th. Which of the following contraceptive methods do involve a role on hormones? Neha saying D. No, which is directly involved in hormones. See, the answer will be C. The pills the emergency contraceptives, and whatever the barrier methods are there, all these affects on hormones. All these affects on hormones. So the right answer will be C. 27th question. Which of the following statement is incorrect? Which is not correct? You have to let me know which is not correct. That is incorrect. That is wrong statement. You have to let me know. Vasectomy is the sterilization procedure in males. Sterilization method blocks the transport of gametes to prevent conception. Sterilization method blocks the transport of gametes to prevent conception. Yes. In tubectomy, fallopian tube are removed from female body completely. After tubectomy, menstrual cycle is not disrupted in females. Which is the statement incorrect in this? So C, everyone say C. Yes, in tubectomy, fallopian tube are removed completely from female body. No. In tubectomy, it is cut and tied back, ligated back. Right, it is tied back. In tubectomy, it is cut and tied back. It is not completely removed. And vasectomy, sterilization procedure in male, right? Sterilization method blocks the transport of gametes, right? In tubectomy, menstrual cycle is not disrupted. No. As usual, the menstrual cycle takes place, only though it avoids fertilization. So coming to 28th question, which of the following approach does not give the defined action of contraception? Does not give the defined action of contraception. Means which is not suitable for, which statement is not giving the right thing for contraception. Intrauterine device increases phagocytosis of sperm, suppresses sperm motility and fertilizing capacity of sperm. Hormonal contraceptives prevent or retard entry of sperm, prevent ovulation and fertilization. Vasectomy prevents spermatogenesis. Barrier method prevents fertilization. So what could be the right answer for 28? 28th, I need an answer which does not give the defined approach for contraception. Which is the wrong statement here, basically. 28th question. So Lavanya is asking about in barrier method, is in barrier method do involve the role of hormones? Yes, Lavanya, in the barrier method. So what it's a general avoidance of the sperms or ova to be in contact with. So yes, it involves the role of hormones because in the barrier method, there is nowhere we are changing anything in the natural system. Hormones, they will be produced in a natural way itself. So it involves the role of hormones there. We are not affecting any hormones over there. Okay, so that will be the answer. So 28th answer would be C. Yes, Harsha is right. It is C because vasectomy is a complete sterilization method. That is a contraception method in males. It doesn't prevent any spermatogenesis. Means sperm production will be there, but it won't go for ejaculation. It won't be ejaculated out because it won't come into the vas deferens. So that's why vasectomy, it prevents spermatogenesis. That is the wrong statement. That does not define the contraception. 29th question. The semen of male after vasectomy The 29th question, the semen of male after vasectomy does not contain sperm, lacks fructose and prostaglandins, is not produced in the body, both A and B. What could be the answer for 29th? Sushmita and Lavanya is telling A. Yes, so vasectomy avoids the entry of sperms, but the accessory gland will be involved in the production of the semen, the sperm plasma and all that will be produced, but it will not contain sperm. So answer would be A, right answer. Among the listed option, contraception is achieved through tubectomy, ovarectomy, hysterectomy, castration. Contraception is achieved through, yes, everyone is aware of this, and that's the only option which is clear, that is tubectomy. Tubectomy is the contraception method achieved completely. So 31st question. Menstruation does not occur during the intense period of lactation. Reason? Chances of conception are higher after 1 to 2 months following parturition. You have to let me know whether the statements are right, and if it is right, whether they are explaining or whether they are wrong. Thirty-first question, you're telling about D. Aditya and Sneha is telling C. See, menstruation does not occur during the intense period of lactation. Yes, during the lactation period, menstruation doesn't happen. And reason, chance of conception are higher after 1 to 2 months following parturition. No. Contraception will be higher. It avoids the conception. It is not the chance for conception. It avoids the conception there. So assertion is true, but the reason is false. So answer C is the right answer. After vasectomy, sperms are not produced in the semen or ejaculate. Reason? Vas deferens is cut and tied in vasectomy. Is it right? 32nd. So for 32nd is A, and again A. Yes, so if you see vasectomy, here the sperms are not found in the semen or ejaculate, right? And vas deferens is cut and tied in the vasectomy. That's why you can't see the sperm in the semen. So that is the right reason. So both assertion and reason are true, and reason is a correct explanation for assertion. 33rd, medical termination of pregnancy is carried out by tubectomy in females, induced abortion, ability to conceive due to certain problems, menopause stage in females. So SSR is telling it is B. Yes, you are telling, some are telling A, some are telling B. Yeah, so the right answer, medical termination of pregnancy, is nothing but induced abortion. We are inducing, we are terminating the conception here. So it is carried out by tubectomy in females. No. Inability to conceive due to certain problems. No, that is called as infertility, not medical termination. Menopause stages in females, nothing related to medical termination here. 34th question. According to MTP Act 2017, a pregnancy may be terminated within the first 12 weeks of pregnancy on opinion of one medical practitioner, before first 6 weeks of pregnancy without any opinion, within first 24 weeks of pregnancy on the opinion of one medical practitioner. All of this. 34th question. What could be the answer? According to MTP Act 2017, a pregnancy can be terminated by what? What all the precautions to be taken? Yeah, 34th, Harsha is telling A, Sneha is telling A, Lavanya is telling A. So 34th question, within first 12 weeks of pregnancy, yes, the medical terminating pregnancy, medically terminating pregnancy can be done within 12 weeks of pregnancy on an opinion of a medical practitioner or a doctor. MTP is considered safe up to, but a similar question. It's very similar question. MTP is considered safe up to how many weeks? So 35A, Shushmita is telling A, Sneha is telling A. Yes, so we have already discussed in 34th question, 12 weeks means, yes, it is safe up to 12 weeks. A pregnant woman was denied for undergoing MTP as she was not having opinion documents for from two registered medical practitioners. The duration of her pregnancy might be. What could be the duration of her pregnancy? Thirty-sixth question. Thirty-sixth question. Somebody has given the option A. Harsha is telling it as A. Any other answer? Yes, Athya A, right? Yes, guys, the answer 8 weeks is the right answer. Why it is 8 weeks? She was not having any opinion documents from the two medical practitioner. Means she has not contacted any of the doctors over. She has directly gone for MTP, hence they have been denied with. And if it is 12 weeks, it would have happened. 21 weeks or 29 weeks means she has been denied because she is doing it illegally because of female feticide or something. That's why it has been denied. That is after the opinion. So here no opinion means it should be 8 weeks. 37th question. MTP helps to get rid of unwanted pregnancy due to unprotected intercourse. Reason: MTPs are considered safe up to 28 weeks of pregnancy. What is the right answer regarding 37th question? Yes, SSR says it is C. Answer C, yes. Yes, most of you are giving the right answer. The MTP helps to get rid of unwanted pregnancy. Yeah, due to unprotected intercourse. Yes, that is the right statement. MTPs are considered safe up to 12 weeks, not 28 weeks of pregnancy. So the reason is a false, assertion is true. Sexually transmitted disease or alternatively known as what? Sexually transmitted disease are also known as what? SSR says it is B. So it's a direct question. Sexually transmitted disease is also known as venereal disease or reproductive tract disease. Among the given options, which set represents sexually transmitted infections only? Gonorrhea, chlamydiasis, trichomoniasis, syphilis, giardiasis, genital warts, teniasis, genital herpes, leishmaniasis, hepatitis B, trichinosis, and gonorrhea, which is the right set representing STD. Yes, Aisha is telling A, Lavanya D, and Sushmita is telling B. No. The STDs are gonorrhea, chlamydiasis, and trichomoniasis are the STDs. Syphilis is STD, but giardiasis is not STD. It's regarding the digestive tract disorder. Genital warts is a sexually transmitted disease. So here B is not the right option. C, no. And D is also no, sexually transmitted diseases. No, that is not. Hepatitis is not a sexually transmitted disease. And trichinosis is no. Coming to 40th question, which among the following sexually transmitted infections can be transmitted by blood transfusion and sharing of infected needles with the infected person? Very well known thing this is. You should be easily answering this. Yes, the answers are very fast. Right, everyone is right. AIDS. So it is infected, it is transmitted from blood transfusion or using the infected needles. Which of the following sexually transmitted is not completely curable? Which cannot be completely curable? (41) B, B, D, S. Yes. So yeah, everyone is correct. Genital herpes is the one which cannot be completely cured. Which of the following sexually transmitted disease do not specially affect reproductive organs? Which will not affect reproductive organs, they say. Which will not affect reproductive organs? 42, question number 42. We are talking about. Question number 42. Which sexually transmitted disease do not interfere in reproductive organs or do not affect reproductive organs? So the answer here is D. The AIDS and hepatitis B are the sexually transmitted disease which do not specifically affect reproductive organs. It won't affect the reproductive organs. We'll go for 43rd question. There are two statements here. You have to tell whether the statement is true or false. Sexually transmitted disease can be cured completely if detected early and treated properly. Early symptoms of STIs include itching, fluid discharge, swelling in genital areas, etc. Yes. 43rd question. B is the right answer. Both the statements are correct. And then 44th question, you have to match the column 1 with the column 2. Gonorrhea, syphilis, genital warts, AIDS. So you have to match with column 2 here. So that is disease in column 1 and the microbe related to that. Forty-fourth question. Right. Gonorrhea is caused by Neisseria gonorrhoeae. Syphilis is because of treponema and genital warts is due to papilloma virus and AIDS is due to HIV. So the option here will be B. B will be the right option for 44th question. So the next question, AIDS can be transmitted through body fluids of affected individuals. Hepatitis B virus can be found in blood and semen of infected individual. So what could be the right answer here? Are they true? Or if they are true, whether they explain each other or if they are false. So your AIDS can be transmitted through body fluids of affected individual. Yes, that's a right statement. And hepatitis B virus can be found in the blood and semen of infected individual. Right. So both the statements are true here, but they are not related to one another. So they don't explain each other. So the reason is not correct explanation for the assertion. That will be the right answer. 46. How does assisted reproductive technique, that is art, help an infertile couple to have child? By easing the process and procedure of adoption, by treating the disease associated with fertility, by carrying out certain fertilization processes through special techniques, any of this. Forty-sixth question. Answer. Yes, so art helps an infertile couple to conceive by carrying out certain fertilization processes through special techniques. So through special techniques like gift and all, it helps the couple to get conceived. Where does fertilization occurs in case of IVF? in vitro fertilization. In that process, where does the fertilization occurs? Within the fallopian tube, in the uterus, outside the body, inside the vagina. Where does the fertilization happens? Yeah, now the answers are coming. Yes, it is outside the body. In test tube baby program, embryo transfer is not possible. Can be done at 8 blastomere stage. Can be done after the 8 blastomere stage. Both A and B. 48th question. What would be the answer for 48th? The test tube baby program, in that embryo transfer can be done at 8 blastomere stage. That is introduced into the fallopian tube, ZIFT. Can be done after the 8 blastomere stage, that is IUT. So both B and C will be the right option. Option D is the right one. Which among the listed arts are included under embryo transfer technique? Two things which is involved in embryo transfer technique. Yes, SSR is telling B. Yes, ZIFT and IUT, just now I told, both are embryo transfer technique, which is directly introduced into the uterus. A childless couple can be assisted to have child through a technique called GIFT. The full form of GIFT technique is germ cell internal fallopian transfer, gamete inseminated fallopian transfer, gamete intrafallopian transfer, gamete intrafertilization transfer, internal fertilization transfer. What could be the right full form for GIFT? Yes, 50th answer is yes, gamete intrafallopian transfer. C will be the right option. Yes. Which art a woman should accept if she does not ovulate or produce a viable egg? Which assisted reproductive technique a woman should adopt if she does not ovulate or produce a viable egg? Only few questions are left. Students, we will do it fast. Yes. So which art method she has to adopt? 51, question number 51. Yes, Amulya says it is C, gift, right? So when she cannot ovulate or produce a viable ova, the gamete, the donor will gift or she will donate a ova that will be transferred into the fallopian tube. So that is what is gift. So you have to match the column 1 with column 2 and let me know which will be the correct option here. Gift, ZIFT, gift and IUT. So what is the right thing which matches column 2? D. Bhavana says it is D. Yes, Bhavana, right? ZIFT is transfer of embryo into the fallopian tube. Gift is transfer of embryo. No. Gift is transfer of ova into the fallopian tube by the donor, and IUT is transfer of embryo into the uterus. So answer D is the right one. ICSI stands for what? Infertility case study and inspection, cytoplasmic sperm injection, intracervix sperm insemination, intracytoplasmic sperm interaction. What is ICSI stands for? It is not, it is intracytoplasmic sperm injection, not interaction. It is intracytoplasmic sperm injection. So 53B is the right answer. Great. In which technique sperm is injected directly into the ovum in the laboratory? GIFT, ICSI, IUI, AI. In which technique sperm is directly introduced into the ova? (54th). Yes, everyone is right. It is ICSI. Right option. So we will go with 54th. Question 54, sorry, 55. In case of couple where the male is having a very low sperm count, which technique will be suitable for fertilization? Intracytoplasmic sperm injection, intrauterine transfer, gamete intracytoplasmic fallopian transfer, artificial insemination. Which technique will be suitable for fertilization if the sperm count is very low? (55), everyone is telling D. Yeah, obviously, artificial insemination. That's the right answer. Correct. Okay, sure. I'll say it loudly. I hope it is audible. I think it is audible. Maybe a little bit problem from your side. RX,
Yes,
please
audible,
check.
audible.
Yes. In artificial insemination, sperms are transferred into vagina, ovum, uterus, vagina or uterus. So what could be the answer? Yes, Sushmita. Yes, everyone is right here. It can be in vagina or it can be in the uterus. Artificial insemination, the sperm will be transferred either in the vagina or the uterus. Last few questions. How intrauterine insemination differ from intrauterine transfer? How IUI is different from IUT? Embryo is transferred into the uterus in IUI. IUI is a type of IVF technique. IUI involves the transfer of semen into female's uterus. Sperm is directly injected into the ovum in IUI. (57). Question number 57. C. One says it is C. Yes. IUI involves the transfer of semen into female's uterus, as the male will have the poor motile sperms, or the count will be less. For them, uterine insemination, intrauterine insemination is followed, where intrauterine transfer is the transfer of embryo takes place, not the semen here. So that is the main difference between IUT and IUI. So the answer is C. Ectopic pregnancies are referred to as pregnancies terminated due to hormonal imbalance, pregnancies with genetic abnormalities, implantation of embryo at a site other than uterus, implantation of defective embryo in the uterus. Ectopic pregnancy means what? Yes, all are right here. Ectopic pregnancy means the conception happens other than the uterus, somewhere in the reproductive organ other than the uterus, that is above the uterus happens. That is called as ectopic pregnancy. 59th question. In all art, in all assisted reproductive techniques, fertilization occurs outside the female body. Reason: infertile couple cannot produce gametes. Is that right? Are the statements right? Right, everyone is right here. Both the statements are wrong. In assisted reproductive technique, only few will happen outside the female body. Fertilization happens, few will be inside the female body, few will be outside the female body. So not all will happen outside. Infertile couple cannot produce gametes. No, that's not the reason. There are many reasons why they are said to be infertile couples. So both the statements are wrong. Okay, good. The last question. ICSI technique is different from AI. The reason: ICSI is carried out in the laboratory. Do you remember what is ICSI technique? Intracytoplasmic sperm injection. So intracytoplasmic sperm injection technique is different from artificial insemination. Is it the right statement? And ICSI is carried out in the laboratory. Is that true? So answer yes. All right. The answer is A here. That is both the ICSI technique is different from AI. Yes, because intracytoplasmic sperm injection is given directly into the ova, which happens in the laboratory, and AI is the artificial insemination, happens inside the female body. And as I said, it is carried out in the laboratory. That's why it is different. So both the statements are true, and the reason is the correct explanation for assertion. Thank you very much for listening and for your patience.
Ma'am, you are ending. Another 15-minute time is there. Any students have any doubt?
Yeah. They can go ahead. Or if you want, I can do some questions regarding human reproduction, which we had
That will be
stopped.
better. You can do some 10, 12 questions.
Yes, we will do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just share it again. I'll stop this and I'll share it again.
Okay, ma'am.
Yes, so students, we had stopped a few questions, or we had skipped a few questions regarding human reproduction. So we will do that as we have little bit of time. I hope we did with 45 questions. Yeah. Yes, we were discussing 46th, so we will do with that. The sperm released during copulation finally reached to which part of the fallopian tube? Yes, we had discussed it, ampulla, right? 47th question. Capacitation refers to changes in ovum before fertilization, ovum after fertilization, sperm after fertilization, and sperm before fertilization. Yes, Amulya, I'll be sending the PDF to Sir. Sir will be sharing in the group, and we will discuss few questions regarding human reproduction. Okay, I'm getting the answers now. Yes, so yes, all are right. Sperm before fertilization. Capacitation refers to changes in the sperm before fertilization. So 48th question. Refer to the given figure showing an ovum surrounded by few sperm. So sperm A here in the figure is trying to fertilize the ovum. How will this sperm A ensures that no other sperm can fertilize the ovum? By inducing changes in the cells of corona radiata, by inducing changes in the zona pellucida layer of ovum, by inducing changes in the perivitelline space of the ovum, or by releasing some chemicals to kill the other sperm. What could be the answer for 48th question? Yes. Right. Yes, the answers are right. By inducing changes in the zona pellucida layer of the ovum, which makes the or which prevents the entry of the other sperms. The membranous cover of the ovum that is found at the time of ovulation. Sorry. The membranous cover of the ovum that is found at the time of ovulation. What is it? Corona radiata, zona pellucida, corion, sorry. So what could be the right answer for 49? See, just now I told there will be 3-layer formation, correct? So that is zona pellucida, then there will be one perivitelline space will be there, then corona radiata will be there. The membranous cover of the ovum that is found at the time of ovulation will be corona radiata. Okay, so that is 49th question. Sorry, not. Yes, corona radiata, that will be the right answer. We'll go with the next. Okay, secretions of acrosome helps the sperm to enter into cytoplasm of the ova through corona radiata, zona pellucida, chorion, and amnion. What would be the right answer here? The secretions of acrosome helps the sperm to enter into cytoplasm of ovum through corona radiata, zona pellucida, chorion, or amnion. So what is the answer for this? A with question mark. Okay. The secretions of acrosome help the sperm to enter into cytoplasm of ova through zona pellucida. The corona radiata, around the zona pellucida, there will be one space, perivitelline space. Around that corona radiata will be there. Okay, so corona radiata will be present during ovulation, but zona pellucida is the one which has to cross through. The sperm has to cross through zona pellucida to enter into ova. So that is what secretions helps in. Okay. And coming to 51, question number 51, we have column 1 and 2. You have to match column 1 with column 2. What is fertilization, capacitation, acrosomal reaction, second polar body? So Bhuvan is telling it as C, SSR is telling it as B. Let's see whether C is right or B is right. Fertilization, it happens in the ampullary isthmic junction, and capacitation, then capacitation in the female reproductive tract, yes. Acrosomal reaction, contact of sperm with zona pellucida, exactly, and the secondary polar body before fertilization and after ovulation. So you're right, option would be B. So yes, SSR is right. Morula is known as developmental stage between the zygote and blastocyst, between the blastocyst and gastrula, after the implantation, or between implantation and pasteurization. So 52nd answer, morula stage is between the zygote and the blastocyst. Once the zygote formation takes place, then it becomes a two-celled stage, then eight-cell stage. Then after eight-celled stage is what called as morula. After that, blastocyst happens. So it is between zygote and the blastocyst. So 52nd will be A option. Yes. The blastomeres in the blastocyst are arranged into an outer trophoblast and inner cell mass, an outer cell mass and an inner trophoblast, an outer cell mass and inner cell mass, none of this. So we had discussed during the presentation. So how the blastomeres in the blastocyst are arranged. I hope you remember. So Lavanya and SSR is telling it as A. Yes, it is right. The blastomeres are arranged as an outer trophoblast and inner cell mass. During embryogenesis, which part of blastocyst get differentiated into embryo? Which part of the blastocyst get differentiated into embryo? That is trophoblast, inner mass cells, morula, both A and B. What will get converted, differentiated into embryo? So what is the right answer? 54th is yes, only the inner mast cell gets differentiated into embryo, not the trophoblast. The embedding of blastocyst in the endometrium of uterus is called the embedding of blastocyst into the yes, already giving the answer as D, implantation, right? That's the right answer. So refer to the given figure showing transport of ova, fertilization and passage of growing embryo through fallopian tube. The figure is followed by 4 statements. Choose the incorrect statement about it. So you have to see this picture here, and the stages are given as well. You have to tell which is the incorrect statement regarding this. The second meiotic division of secondary oocyte occurs after fertilization. The embryo with 8 to 16 blastomeres is called as morula. The trophoblast layer of blastocysts gets embedded in the endometrium, and the cells of inner cell mass differentiates to form embryo. 56th, which is the incorrect statement regarding the picture? (56) is A. Manish says D. Okay, now, no, the right answer is A. The second meiotic division of secondary oocyte occurs after fertilization. No. Secondary oocyte happens before fertilization only. Secondary oocyte happens before fertilization. Once the fertilization happens, it is said as ovum to fertilize with sperm, or it is going through menstrual cycle. All the other 3 statements just now we discussed all are true. 57th question. All copulation do not lead to fertilization and pregnancy. Reason: fertilization can only occur if ovum and sperm are transported simultaneously to the ampullary isthmic junction. Is it true? Is it false? Whether they are telling it or whether they are related to each other is what you have to find out. SSR says it as A. Lavanya as A. Right. So here both the statements are true. They do not lead to fertilization. Copulation do not lead to fertilization and pregnancy. The reason is at a time both the ovum and sperm has to enter the ampullary isthmic junction. So the next question, the blastomeres in the blastocysts are arranged into trophoblast and inner cell mass. The reason: trophoblast layer gets attached to the endometrium. So 58th question. 58th, Bhavana says A.
Time is, you can finish this. Time is up.
Yes, sir. Apart from this, there are only 2 questions.
Okay, you can do it, madam.
Yeah, they're just 2-3 minutes more. We'll finish off.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. So Bhavana, it's not A. It's Lavanya says it is B. That's the right answer, because the blastomeres in the blastocysts are arranged into trophoblast and the cell mass. Correct. But trophoblast layer gets attached to the endometrium. No, the entire thing goes into an endometrium. So here both, sorry, the trophoblast gets attached to the endometrium. That's the right answer, but that is not explaining your assertion. Okay, so the answer here is B. So the next one only. Okay, we will do 2. I think I'll stop, so better. I have no questions, I guess. We will stop here.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you, students, for having patience and listening. I'll be sharing the PDF with you, sir. So
Okay,
it will be
I'll
available
share
for
it.
students.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Yes,
everyone.
students. Thank you for your participation and attendance. Tomorrow you will be having a physics class. As today you joined on time, similar way you should be joining on time and enthusiastic in learning. Thank you, students. Happy learning. Keep studying and doing hard work. Thank you all.